All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Got my good buddy Ross is right here. What's up, Ross? How are you, my
Yes,
friend?
yes, great, man. How you been?
Life is good. No complaints here. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful Saturday. We're all breathing, and we're on this side of the dirt. Is that what they say?
That's it,
So
above ground.
above
Above
ground.
ground
Okay.
still.
All right. That's cool. That's a good positive way to think about it.
On the upside.
On the upside. Cool. Well, today we're going to be chatting, just going to have a nice little chat here, and we're going to talk about your emails between you and the Gray State and the Indiegogo campaign. I got some questions on that. They had two. I didn't realize they had two. Technically, they have three with Jordan Page, but really,
Yep.
that we're going to talk about just that main one, and there's some other things too. But how did you get on this actual mailing list?
Uh, I think it was just contributors to the crowdfunding campaign. Let me tee it up a little bit for people
Sure.
who want to understand. Greg has reposted my interview with David a while back. Oh, God, it's dated on there. Was that 2012?
Yes, 2012.
Not like I can remember things 10, 11 years later.
How dare you?
I know, right? It's all as Greg knows. This is all made up stuff, so it's going to be really hard to decode it. But
This
anyway,
isn't even happening. You're not here right now.
it's a simulation. If you're subscribed to the channel right now, it's all a simulation. So yeah, my friend. So I was basically the owner of an indie label called Planet X Records. One of our actually Australian artists was the one who shared out that original Gray State trailer. That's how I saw the concept trailer, and so he put me onto that. That was around the time the crowdfunding campaign was going. Me and my co-host Gaz, who currently does my Paradigm review. It's kind of a movie TV review show that is over on my channel, youtube.com/PlanetXFilm. We did an old audio radio show together, and so we had reached out to David, or at least Gray State crew. We didn't really know it was David at the time. And then we kind of had a preliminary off-air discussion, which I've told you about before. And then ultimately he agreed to come on our show for the radio show. And that is how, when you see the Gray State, what was that I sent you? Their promo pamphlet there. That is for the reason why you see my logo, which is actually the logo that I owned and copyrighted Planet X Records, inside of that Gray State promo kit. So for anybody who says that it's a deep fake, I would love your explanation for how my logo ended up in the Gray State promo kit, because apparently there's some haters that popped up about like 15 years after all this happened and keep wanting to tell me how the narrative went, and I find that highly interesting since none of you were actually there for the actual events. So you can actually hear me on air. Greg has heard me explain this many times, as has most of the group. But you can actually hear me on air tell David that I'm going to be one of the crowdfunders for it, and he thanks me for it. Later on, I did make good on that, and I added my contribution to the crowdfunding campaign, which I sent Greg some of the screenshots to. And then Greg also has the email of David thanking me for it as well. So there's a bit of a paper trail there, but I know that's it is the internet, so people do find things very very difficult to wrap their head around. So what was your original question? I did some rambling there.
That's okay. That's good. I just want to know how you got on that list there to receive, because there was some Christmas one. There's some things later. So, but it all started with you donating to this to the Indiegogo campaign. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, I believe that was just a contribution list or updates for the contributors, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah, so I got that pulled up here. This is another question I wanted to ask you about, because I don't really know how this whole thing goes, but it looks like it was shut down or closed on October 6, 2012. But then there were still some other backers, but this thing raised over $61,000.
Yeah, I thought you guys would like to see that. You can actually see the full total there, which is that's pretty undeniable. And I've explained this before on you guys' podcast, but that's not. People who don't understand filmmaking have a tendency to say, "Well, how are you going to make this big budget Hollywood film on $60,000?" No, that's not what it was. That was essentially startup money to get concept trailer and the project in front of the right people. And if that comes down to that's simply money for David to live off of and work off of while he completes the final copy of the script, that actually makes sense as well. It's a totally normal process for indie films and Hollywood studio films as well. There's really nothing different about it for the most part, except for the fact that most people are just not lucky enough to get any independent funding at all, or get any, studio backing whatsoever, which was, not that I'm going to come on down here and guarantee that that's what it was, but we know the meetings David was having, so we know he was getting in front of the right people, at least up to what we know about the pre-production process. So a fairly usual pre-production process, I would say, except for the fact that due to the viral nature of the concept trailer, which is almost 4 million views, it's 3.9 million views right now, it was getting enough momentum to have people take notice. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So this thing, let me just pull that back up again. So close $61,000, and there's still people trying to donate it too.
Yeah, what I wanted to show you guys was the perk levels. I believe I can actually log into mine and look at mine. Mine was the Champion of Liberty, which was $1,000. So you can see that first perk there, which is just the Patriot point. Unfortunately, it's all grayed out now, and it's kind of, you can't really see it too well. But that had all the rest of the options there. And there's everything for $20, $25, get a T-shirt. I don't know, signed copies of the script. If you look at other Indiegogo campaigns or other films, like I've done a Danny Trejo movie, I've done a Dolph Lundgren movie, they're all relatively similar, right? It's like, generally if you throw up a few thousand, you could be associate producer. If you throw up a bit more, you could be a co-producer. If you throw up like $5,000, you could be an executive producer, etc.
Nice. So once you contributed, they sent you this email here, and this does show what perks that you do get. So for $1,000, this is very important here, I think. The perk was a Champion of Liberty perk. So when it says receive all of the above, that means everything that comes after this, right? So
yeah, correct. So I didn't bust out any of my artifacts this time, but if you remember when we were on the private call with me, you and Rick, I showed you guys the ammo belt. So that was like an actual ammo belt for, I have it around here somewhere, but take a look around. I got a lot of trash around here. That is an actual ammo belt from the Gray State concept trailer. And then I also have the Executioner mask, which, they obviously had copies of those, but the Masonic, Executioner guy with the apron that was chopping the heads at the end of the trailer, that as well.
Is it plastic? Is that mask a plastic?
Yeah, I guess it's plastic. It's almost like paper, it's pretty flimsy. I don't know if that's exactly what they use. Maybe they use something a little heavier duty in the trailer, but it's the exact same look. It looks exactly like it. You know what I mean?
That's one of the more creepier scenes, I think, in that whole trailer there.
Yeah, I found it. I think, actually you guys can head over to my channel, youtube.com, Planet X Film, and check out the deep dives that Greg and I did on both versions of the script. But if you revisit my interview with David, he actually came up with another device. He invented a device that would be used instead of just the, kind of stereotypical guillotine. And I believe, he didn't elaborate on exactly what that was. Of course, he wanted to, keep some things, be a surprise for, when the film drops or whatever, a new trailer or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it was some sort of like multi-purpose guillotine. So it would be more than one at a time. It'd be, 5 or 10, when the pre-apocalypse comes, you got to get it done fast. So it has to be more efficient,
Of course.
So interesting tidbit there.
Much appreciated. So, what exactly was the $61,000 for? I do want to ask you that, but I want to go back to the
sure.
Let me see. I want to go back to the perks here. So I got a couple questions about these perks that you have.
It was the Gray State press kit. That is what my logo was in. So that had everything. It actually had Gray State Press. So he had us listed on all of the radio shows he had been on, which the Alex Jones show is listed here when they were on InfoWars. And then it also has what my old radio show was at the time, Planet X Radio. And then And he did have my logo in here. Yeah, under organizations endorsing Gray State. Yeah, he had Planet X Records under there. So,
Very cool.
I know that some of the internet haters are having a difficult time wrapping their mind around that. I just want to make sure you guys get it. It's in there. If you could find the press kit, well, Greg has it because I sent it to him. The rest of you guys aren't too.
Yeah, I put that link in the chat too. If anybody wants to go and check that press kit out, we're definitely going to talk a little bit about that too. But
Yeah,
according to this, you are an associate producer, and you'll get a credit if the film ever gets finished. So, I mean, if they finish it 12 years from now, do you think that'll hold up?
I'd love to hear that discussion. Danny Mason, if you're out there, whatever corner of the universe you were hiding in, I would love to talk to you one of you guys. Mitch, hit me up. You guys should all have my email. I'd love to get an answer on that. I don't actually know, but I would love to get a definitive answer on that. I've been asking about that for over a decade now. So I would think so. You know what I mean? But again, who's to say? I mean, I don't really know the legal ramifications if the IP passes off and changes hands, or if a studio picks it up, or I don't really know. I mean, they might just look at the crowdfunding campaign for 15 years ago, like, who the hell are these guys? I have literally no idea. But you know what I mean? My name's in a Rob Zombie movie. You know what I mean? There's been some haters that have had some fun with that, saying that I brought the donuts to the set. I actually wasn't on the set. It was just a regular crowdfunding campaign, just like this one. So it's a funny joke, but it didn't really have any reality grounding,
Oh, I can understand. That's par for the course, I believe.
Agreed. So as for what the funds were for, as I was saying, those are pre-production funds. That's just David's writing, prepping the script, travel back and forth from California, trying to get it in front of producers, trying to get it in front of studio execs, and just trying to get it picked up. And again, I kind of went in depth in this when Rick asked me. Well, me and Rick did a little segment when we did Zodiac and Cooper and Crowley, and I was telling Rick about that. Even something like Point Break with Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze, you guys all think of it as this epic action film, which it is. But the guy who wrote that was waiting tables for years before Point Break actually got picked up and produced by a studio. You know what I mean? So if you're one of those people who thinks about, like, oh my God, a Hollywood writer, he must be rich and have millions of dollars. Rarely ever is that the case, unless you're some like already established guy like Oliver Stone or Quentin Tarantino. If you're a first-time scriptwriter, even freaking Greg knows films as well. Sly Stallone, when he did Rocky 1, he was not some famous guy, and Rocky 1 basically had a micro budget. So again, it goes back to I would compare it to something like that, where, okay, you might have a good idea, you might be writing a script, but that doesn't just mean people are writing you a blank check for hundreds of millions of dollars, like a Batman versus Superman budget. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work like that, But
that's too funny.
It just doesn't.
We have here, this is part of the Indiegogo. Do you remember how much they were trying to raise? I think it was in
they broke their it might be in one of the emails. They broke their goal. I think it was 50K. So they went I think 11K over their goal. So I believe that was it. And Indiegogo is not like Kickstarter and some of those other ones. Like Kickstarter is like, if you set a goal and you don't hit it, it just gets canceled, and all the backers, it gets kicked back to all the backers. With Indiegogo, if you want $100,000 and you only raise $100, you still get the $100. But of course, Indiegogo takes fees out of it and whatnot, so you probably won't end up with much if that's the case. But they're all different. There's a lot of new ones now too, but back in my day, it was, Indiegogo was the popular one, and then I think Kickstarter came out shortly after, and there's quite a few new ones now. And then there's also guys who do, basically, if you have a name like Rob Zombie, you can essentially create your own platform for this, where you just have your own website with your own perks on it. And that's what Rob Zombie did. It was all for the horror movie 31. It was all custom. And another director who did that is Neil Blomkamp, the director of District 9 and Elysium. He made this series where he was doing some awesome sci-fi short films, one of which is called Firebase on YouTube. So like a crazy Vietnam thing where they encounter alien entities, you know what I mean? And they were actually planning on making that into a feature film. and he did the same thing where he set up his own kind of independent crowdfund. But I think that one got canceled. So anyway, it's interesting because not really, even now, even though it's been around for quite some time, people still really don't understand how crowdfunding works sometimes. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. So you got all those perks. Did you get all the perks that you were supposed to get? You were supposed to get a shout out.
I think so. I got the poster. I don't remember if they did the shout out on Twitter because my Twitter tag has changed since. I got the poster. I had it framed. I think I still have it around somewhere in the garage framed. I got the T-shirt. I got the executioner mask. I got the ammo belt.
There's something signed. There's supposed to be a signed 8x10 is what you're
Oh, I did get that. I did get that. Where is that? Man, I should have brought all this stuff out to show it to you. Oh, I think it's in my, I think it's in my scrapbook. Yeah, I think I have that. Yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
So signed by David, Mitch, and I think maybe Danny.
Ah, cool.
Mm-hmm. And then I got the poster.
Get all of their...
Big fans of those guys.
All of their signatures in one spot. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Documented for the...
for comparison.
Yes. For posterity.
For posterity. There you go. That's a nice way to say it. What else did I? Oh, let's see. I'm gonna see if I have anything else about the perks. We should probably talk about the kit, the press kit there.
Yeah. Actually, I have that pulled up. I found it.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there.
So let's see. I'm just reading the email. So it was a lot of Mitch as far as Mitch handled all of the different perks.
Promo wise, I would say so, because if you go to the campaign, and that's one thing that I still can see, despite as we said, a lot of it being grayed out and blacked out. If you go to the campaign, where did I have this? The campaign and the updates.
Yeah.
I think almost all of the updates are posted by Mitch.
That's true.
I don't even think David did any of the. Oh, here it is. Let's see, updates. So 6 updates, and there's one by Hothead Productions at the bottom. That was the account, and it looks. Well, I guess you can't. Oh, no, see more updates. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah, you're right. 50,000.
Yep, the first one is Mitch. The second 2 are Hothead, or the second 3 are Hothead Productions, and then the last 2 are Mitch. And the last one was November 10th, 2012, and that was just about sending out the perks. There's also comments where like a lot of the backers commented. There's almost 500 comments, 471 comments. That's just like a little post forum board, comment board. I don't know what you call that.
Yeah. There's a lot of comments
right there. Yep. Okay, so you did find it. So so you can see that on your end. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's unfortunate because I think before they closed it, I used to have a little bit more access, and I used to be able to see all the perks, and I used to be able to see. Oh wow, I didn't realize there was a. Sorry guys, I don't know if you were asking questions because I had the private chat up. Yeah, just some shouts. What's up, everybody?
Awesome. What's up, guys and gals?
Yes, So I just so I remember that original first show. I don't even think the group was up back then when you and Dan brought me on to that first stream we did. I actually pulled it up and I was looking at it. That was like 2014, I think, something like that, or 2015, around that. And I had the list of all the contributors with their names and how much. So I think there was like one guy that threw down the 10 Gs that I was telling you about, and I think there was maybe 2 more that threw down 5K, and then there was like quite a few that threw down 1,000. So yeah, I'm surprised you guys are not knocking down doors trying to get some answers, because I certainly would have been.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, I want to say hi to everybody in the chat. Little Bear, Derek, Sophia, and She-Wolf. Awesome. Glad to have all of you here. And if anybody does have any questions or anything, go ahead. Feel free to drop them in the chat room, and we'll definitely talk about it. We're going to go over some of these things here. Let me see if I can share this.
Definitely. Questions about the crowdfunding campaign, questions about the concept trailer, questions about the press kit, and then, we'll see how spicy it gets. If you guys are lucky, you can get me talking about the case. See how wound up Greg gets me.
I'm sure we can make that happen.
It's not difficult.
Not difficult. Yeah.
It's not my focus, but I don't mind doing it.
We'll make it happen.
For sure.
Here is the actual press kit here. Those are chemtrails up there, right?
I would say so.
Looks like chemtrails.
I would say so.
Yeah. I always thought this was a fascinating photo. Like, what are they all looking at here? What is supposed to be up there?
I would say the chemtrails.
Yeah. It's a great piece
You know what I mean?
of art. Great.
And
piece
you
of
don't
artwork.
see that one too much. I feel like you don't see that one other than really this press kit, right? Have you seen that one before?
I've seen it just once. Just once. I think it's on their Facebook page, but
Mhm.
that's about it. But yeah, it's this one doesn't get any love at all
Maybe
for
on the
some
old
reason.
website, do they have what the old graystatemovie.com? I
Oh,
guess
you know
that's
what? You know what I did? I actually look. I'm glad you brought that up because I actually looked it up, and you could buy it right now if you want.
yeah, it's only $5,000, guys. It's only $4,695. So hey, I mean, if you guys want me to take the mantle, my Cash App is open. You know what I mean? Light me
Yes.
up, light me up. I'll take it over.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
EP Gray State for you guys.
all right, we'll start our own funding here. Our own
Yeah, yeah.
go fund
GoFundMe.
yourself. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
very cool. Okay, so let's see. This press kit, this is about 18 pages, it looks like. And there's a lot of interesting things in this press
Mhm.
kit, but I love the way that all this goes. Now, this is just more because when what they're talking about in this press kit, they're talking about the 2013 script, is what it seems like, right?
That would be my interpretation.
Yeah.
And
And
again, you
it's
guys can if you want the deep dive, you guys can find that on my channel with myself and Greg.
Yep. Yeah, we did too. We did one on the 2013 script, one on
Yep.
the 2014 script.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's good. It was good stuff. I had the same shirt on for both shows.
Nice.
So apparently
It's obviously a deep fake. Then you're in simulation. Cut
yeah,
that out, Greg. It's a
we-
glitch.
it's a glitch in the matrix.
Glitch in the matrix.
But this is very interesting stuff here. So it pretty much tells you what the story is. It's really fascinating how much the story changes too. How
Yeah.
all of this
Yeah.
changes at some point.
I wonder how much is that as a result of David's meeting with the mics. You know what I mean? I don't know if they specifically told him to change plot elements, so he started gearing it to more to what would bring it to fruition, or if that was just a personal choice. I don't think there's really we don't really know much about that transition.
That's true. That's very true. Yep. So this is all about getting that funding. The first Indiegogo campaign yielded $62,000 for that,
Oh,
and
they're
that
right
was
there, which will be will
Mhm.
be used to hire the necessary above the line professionals, lawyers, producers, marketing specialists, professional script analysis to propel Gray State through the conceptual stages into pre-production, which is basically what I said, not quite so eloquently. This initial effort will give the core Gray State creative team the resources to develop a professional production schedule, a script breakdown, and begin seeking major financing and distribution deals. I don't think it's that hard to understand when you read that explanation.
it's pretty straightforward, I would
Yet
think.
there are corners of the internet having extreme difficulty with it.
Of
Go on,
course.
Greg.
Yeah, and there you are, right at the top, Planet X Radio.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. He listed us first. Holy shit.
Boom.
Thank you, David.
Yeah. Look at that. And then
And
there
then
you
further
are.
down, there's my logo, Planet X Records, or at least my original music logo, top right.
Yeah. Now you gave them 3 logos to choose from.
Is that what the email said? It was,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
sent. Okay. Yeah. So I did have multiple versions of my logo. That's kind of the condensed horizontal one.
Yeah, I was very curious to see. Oh wow, he gave him 3, and this is the one that David chose, or Mitch.
It's probably
chose,
just for
or what.
spacing reasons. Maybe that's more symmetrical to how he spaced those other ones.
That's true. Yeah.
Not really anything we discussed. Oh my God, David, you're supposed to use the first one. I don't give it. Hey, as long as it says Planet X Records, I'm good with it, right?
All good. Yeah, quite a cast here. Quite a lot of people.
I like
And there's
this
all the
press kit, man.
credits. Yeah, me
It's pretty
too.
clean. It's pretty clean.
So who would this go to? Who would the press kit? Is this like a pitch or
Yeah,
is this-
yeah. Media, film reps. I don't know. Obviously, I got it, and I'm not, necessarily the Quentin Tarantino of Planet X Records. So I think he just passed it off to me because of the, we did the interview, and so hey, go up a little bit.
Yeah.
Check that out. Written and directed by David Crowley. Produced by David Crowley. Production design. Edited by David, music composed by David. I've told Greg about that before. Visual effects by David, sound design by David. Interesting.
Costume props probably too.
Yeah.
Since
The
he's
bullet exchange. Yeah, David is bullet exchange at Hothead. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, quite the cast there.
Yep.
I don't see Mason Hendricks on here. Didn't see him on there at all. That's interesting. Thought he was like a camera guy or something like that. Maybe that came later. Yeah, Eric.
Maybe I don't know how
Dawson.
much shooting they did after that original concept trailer. I think there was maybe like one or two other promo shoots, and that was like with one person on set. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The tomahawk and the snow thing. I think that was basically it. That was like trailer 3.
Yeah, there was another one of them like running around some city or something.
That
like
was Boston, actually. You know what? I'm yeah. Okay, so I was going to bring this up earlier. So if you go to because there was all that that crazy, whatever you want to call it, police state stuff going down in Boston at the time.
Oh, that's right.
Right after the Boston bombing. Yeah, so they did come to town, and I was super pissed that I didn't get to meet them when they came on site. We just never were able to connect. Obviously, like I was living in Boston at the time, and I'm from like nowhere near where those guys are from. They had these other. So when you go to Hothead Productions, you can go to. Let's see if I can find it now.
To their website.
On the crowdfunding campaign.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So as you were saying, there's those other ones, and there's actually other ones that are actually unrelated to this Gray State crowdfund. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it here. Okay, campaigns. Oh man, there it is. Campaigns. Jordan Page's new album helped revolutionary rocker Jordan Page record an album of 17 new songs. The campaign goal will include tour support, publicity, as well as music videos. So apparently they were supporting Jordan Page. There's this one, the Gray State one that we were discussing. And then there's this other one. I don't know if you knew about this, Greg. Send the Gray State team to the RNC.
Yeah, I was looking at that one.
Yeah, right. That's crazy, right? This is like similar to when they came to Boston. The GS team will be on site for this year's Republican National Convention to document the inevitable chaos. This is pretty amazing. I wonder where it was. What year that? It looks like they almost got $1,300. 22 backers.
I think it was it might have been in Minnesota that year. I'm
really?
not sure. In 2012.
But why would they need money to? Oh no, Tampa Bay, Florida. We're trying to arrange travel to Tampa, Florida, this August to attend the RNC. So yeah, I don't know what became of that. I don't know if they made it down there. I don't think they ever really posted any of that stuff on social. But that was a fun one, Greg.
Yeah, I mean all those donations are still there. Wonder why they're not on the other one.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So so they did come up to Boston after the Boston Marathon bombing, but I don't know if they ever made it to Tampa. But,
I think they did. I remember they did a couple. I've seen a couple videos that they were both in. That David and Mitch Heil, they were both in it. So I think they were out there. But I don't know whatever happened with that footage. I think they were expecting a lot of protests or something. And they were going to document that and film that.
Yeah, right. Footage. Maybe it was quieter than what they thought it was going to be. Who knows?
Yeah, I think was that. That was 2012. That was the Ron Paul movement.
That makes sense because
full swing.
David spoke at those Ron Paul engagements. So.
Yep. Who is on the team? I really like this one here. Who is on the team here? So we're going to get to know. And remember, this is the old team. Out with the old, in with the new. So the old team here would definitely include David, writer, director. This is a fascinating look at Danny Mason's title. Concept, researcher, actor. That's it.
Well, are you looking at the campaign or the press kit? I'm not sure I can see.
Oh, it might not. Let me see.
I'm not sure if it's sorry. Looking at it, it's coming across. There we go. Okay.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. This was the other campaign that they raised almost.
Yes.
$1,500.
Yeah.
But so if you look at who is on the team here, David, writer, director, but Danny August Mason, concept, researcher, and actor. That's it.
So it has DP. Mitch is director of photography.
Okay. Producer.
Uh-huh.
And then guess who they're adding to the team?
Oh no. Here it goes. All down here from Hill, folks. All downhill from here, folks.
Either way.
Domestic governance of the past few years. These unfortunate facts concern everyone, which is why we need your help.
Yep. Time to go. What's the money for? Yep. Ron Paul, constitutional champion. Boom, right there. I remember that. Oh, there was a that was a 2008. Oh, it's been so long. Can't believe how long it's been. Yeah,
Yep, you're
there's the
telling me.
$5,000. Yeah, and that was it. So of $5,000, they only raised 1,200, but it was something. And they also
I mean,
made it. It's a flexible goal, is what it says here. So,
right. And let's say flights were much less back then, so they probably could have easily gotten a few one-way flights for that, you know.
that's true.
$100 isn't nowadays after the current meltdown.
Yep. There's the updates. The last update, July 10th, 2012. So this was before. Yeah, this was before the other one. Let's see here. Because this one started in was it September of 2012? Let me see here.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. September 28th is the first time there was any post there. So okay. So this is the last one. All right. That makes more sense. Yeah, very interesting stuff there. Let me go back to the press kit. The press kit is there's a lot of people on that press kit. So
Did you ever see that before me, or was that your first time?
this is the first time that I've seen this press kit.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I had never seen it. Now I had seen like images from it. Like I usually see this one of all of these guys here, all these people on the right hand side. So I've seen that posted, kind of blurry a couple times, but that was
screen grabs or whatever.
Screen grabs, yeah. So I was kind of shocked about that we hadn't really seen this, but I'm glad that you have it. I'm glad you held on to it.
That's what I do.
Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff in there. You can see who
Yeah.
everybody is, but yeah, that was one of the big things that I was looking for is what are the credits, and who is the crew, and you can see it's written and directed by David. I think that pretty much ends Danny August Mason's claim right there, but if it didn't already, I'm sure.
So yeah, it's got him as a producer.
Yeah, he's pretty much, like you said, he's everywhere.
What's that, John? He was playing John, but other than that. Oh, look at this. Grips. Dan Crowley.
Yeah. David's older brother. Right there. I think he's in here a couple times doing a couple things. But
did you post this on the group so people can
Yes. Yeah, I posted this in the group. This is on my website too. Or actually Sophia posted it in the group, but this is on my website too if anybody wants to grab it.
Yeah, if you guys want to follow along.
It's definitely worth looking at. Definitely worth reading for sure. Yeah, let me see some of these other questions I had here. Oh, the Merry Christmas email that you got.
Yep.
That David sent on the 25th. That was pretty interesting too. I don't know if I have that pulled up or not. Should have had that one already. That was I don't want to screen share it because it has a lot of email. It has like everybody's email on it. So.
I don't. I mean, that's an old music email. So really, if people want to complain to me in there, it'll go to spam.
Okay, that's cool.
What are they going to blame me for this?
I don't think so.
It is the internet, Greg. Let's keep that.
It has to be. Got to blame somebody.
Yeah, right. I threw down on the campaign. It must all be my fault. Funny.
Where's that Christmas one? Well, the first one that you got, let's see. That's a contribution one. Okay. Gray State Indiegogo campaign. We talked about that one.
Yeah, the contribution thing is just basically a receipt. That's right. It looks like that's actually from Indiegogo. So that's like an auto reply, if you will.
David sent you something on Dropbox. He sent you a GS audio for compose. I tried to click on it, but it didn't work. What's all that about?
Yeah, so I was telling you and Rick about this offline, and so David obviously had a music interest. We both essentially came from a music background. it's been so long since I listened to that interview, but I believe we discussed it live of how he's the one who produced that music, the Gray State theme music, and he wrote and composed music as we said. I think he is credited in the press kit, and obviously my independent hip hop label at the time was Planet X Records. So we had released a track with I think I've talked about this with Rick, I'm pretty sure. Released a track at the time with the artist Cannabis, who has a gold record, 2000, or Can I Bus, which is produced by Wyclef Jean. His next album was called 2000 BC. He was on Howard Stern show. He was friends with Mike Tyson. If you know hip hop, you probably know who Cannabis is, or at least you should. So my group, Guerrilla Alliance, we have a record called Empire of Fear. On that record, you guys can check it out on Spotify or whatever, should that be your cup of tea. And we have a track called Ordo ab Chao, Latin for order out of chaos, featuring Cannabis. And it was just kind of the single we were promoting at the time. Our Empire of Fear concept is like very close to what the Gray State concept is. It's just a hip hop record, right? So we were discussing that, and I was like, even on the interview, David's like, hey, I don't really listen to a lot of hip hop personally, but he's like, I respect it. I think he had reached out, or somebody had reached out to Immortal Technique at the time, so they were going that route. And we were, my group was loosely affiliated with Immortal Technique through the organization Guerrilla Republic. They're kind of just an activist organization that did merch and such. I believe they're still around. And so I sent him Ordo ab Chao. And I was just like, hey, if you ever want to use this, whatever. And he was like, oh man, he's like, actually, you saw his response, I believe, Greg. Yeah. He was like, yeah, no, this is brutal. He was like, you guys mind if I use it for promos and such? And I was like, please do. So I had sent him that. And then what we were discussing on the interview was, I guess he said there was one guy who did a kind of Gray State hip hop track. I think it might still be on YouTube. It wasn't great, in my opinion. But what David was saying was he had the essentially music files of that Gray State theme song on Dropbox. And this is actually this is quite an interesting story. I think people who are interested in the crowdfunding campaign and the concept trailer and whatnot would want to hear this. And so I was like, he's like, I'm willing to let people take that music and use it for samples to kind of do your own thing with. And the other MC in my group, Guerrilla Alliance, is Mac the Rebel from the Bronx, New York, so Puerto Rican artist, and he's also a producer. So I was thinking like, oh man, this would be crazy, you know what I mean? Mac takes the music samples, he makes a new hip hop beat for us, and then we do this kind of like, Gray State like epic track, like essentially exactly what the Gray State concept trailer was, but a hip hop version using those exact samples. So when you watch the trailer, you're like, you hear, you can see the affiliation because it's, that similar kind of background music with the beat. So he sent me access to the Dropbox, and I did. I don't know if I should say this on air because I don't know the legal ramifications, but I did back up those music files, which is interesting because when everything happened, how it happened to David and his family, somebody went into that Dropbox and they wiped the files. They started pulling everything out. So we don't know who that was or who deleted it, but I assure you that somebody definitely did, because when I don't know if you've used Dropbox before, Greg, I'm sure you have, but when you have a shared folder and files get added or deleted, you get notified. So I pretty much saw it happen in real time. And I'm like, okay, this is, it was right around the time all those pages were posting weird stuff and everything got strange. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right around that time, somebody went in the Dropbox and wiped out all the music. You know what I mean?
Wow. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So.
And I wonder so that would be, I think the police got that stuff too. I think they mentioned David's Dropbox. I wonder if it's the same one.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I wouldn't be able to speak to that because maybe he had multiple ones set up for, film stuff, music stuff. I don't know how he had it divided up, but I wouldn't be surprised because, it's all locally stored. So whatever's in the Dropbox was probably either on his laptop or one of his drives, you know what I mean? One of his machines. So
absolutely. Let's see. I wanted to go over, just stop sharing that one. So I want to share this Christmas one from 2012.
Yeah, I remember I showed that to you guys.
Yeah, where is that? There it is. Okay. So this one here, this was in January 2013. What happened here? Something went wrong. I guess you didn't get the executioner's mask is what it says.
Yeah, so I think, and this is very, very common among crowdfunding campaigns where you have like crap tons of perk people, and you know you got to ship out all these hard copy items out to people and whatnot. So I at first time around I didn't get the executioner mask, and then what I actually wanted was the shock trooper mask. That I think it might be Danny who doubled as that character, because he played multiple characters in the concept trailer, obviously. But the shock trooper is kind of like that New World Order guy with the assault rifle, kind of like a SWAT looking dude with the backpack and the camo, and they have that kind of skull. It's like a bandana, but with the skull mask. You ever seen like bikers when they wear that that skull mask over their face while they're riding, so they don't get like dust and bugs in their mouth? That's what the shock trooper mask was. It was like that bandana, like black bandana with the white skull on it. Definitely, I think that's on the cover of the original Gray State poster. It's like kind of like the New World Order dude with the AR.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So people should be able to easily look that up. But so yeah, I wanted the shock trooper mask. I think they ran out, and I was like, okay, I'll take the executioner mask. And then it didn't come out. But actually, I'm not sure if I sent you Mitch's response, but yeah, I think he hit me back and he was like, oh yeah, sorry about that. And then they resent it to me, and actually, I think I did show you guys that one. Luckily, I got the cordless headphones, guys, so I can actually step away. Sorry, Greg. That's unprofessional.
It's okay.
Your fan base will survive.
They'll be all right. My fans love me.
The Hot Greg fan club, baby. You got more fans than you want.
1-800.
Get your head chopped up. So you got the so that I do have, and then I mean, maybe at the end of the show or something, I'll grab the ammo belt if you guys care to see it, and I'll show it to you guys. That's one thing that's never been on air before. So
yeah, for sure, definitely.
I got it back there in the closet. Yeah, but I showed you and Rick everything, guys. So I got two guys that can vouch for me off air, guys. It's, it's a simulation. It definitely happened. Internet, man.
This was a email that David sent out, like I said, on Christmas Day, 2012. Merry Christmas. We're at a dizzying pace here. So this is interesting. The list of people that he sent this to is very interesting too.
Yes.
But this is pretty cool. Did they regularly send stuff like this, or was this just this one time?
They did send updates. If I remember correctly, when they post those Indiegogo updates, I think IGG automatically kicks it to you like an auto email, like your campaign received an update, like something like that. So I think you get both. Like obviously it's posted on the campaign, but I think you get an email output as well. But this actual one, that's the only one I recall, but there may have been one or two other short ones, just kind of short email updates. This is how pre-production's going, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's pretty ominous there, right?
I always wondered where that image came from. Now it makes sense.
I think they took it, yeah, just for Merry Christmas. The New World Order is going to tie you up and black bag you in your house,
This is part of a 6-minute short film with these two people here, and the guy is actually going to ask the girl. He's proposing basically to her, and so it starts with him going to a shopping mall and then buying the actual ring, and he's talking to the camera. Then it cuts to them in this house, and it's Christmas, and they're very lovey-dovey, and then these 4 guys in the back just bust these doors down, put bags over their heads, kind of beat them both up, and then take them out. And that's the whole 6-minute film. It's one of the craziest.
Where's that short film?
It's on the Hothead. I've included it in a couple videos that I've posted, just going over some of David's videos and stuff like that. But I believe it's on Hothead Productions. It's a very creepy one. Yeah, it's about 6 minutes long. You should definitely check that out.
On the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen that. Wow, it's always rare when Greg is able to find stuff I haven't even seen. That's crazy. Yeah, no, if you have the link, send it to me, or I'll try to search it.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to see that. Yeah, that's because if I'm not mistaken, she's an actress from the concept trailer. Isn't she the one that's in the empty grocery aisles?
No, that's a different one.
Okay.
But she is in some of the other. She's in
Promos.
the in the promo. She's
Okay.
in the press kit too. I can see her.
Interesting.
One of the people just in the crowd or something like that. So this was pretty interesting, and this is what we were kind of being told, that this is what is going to happen one day. People are just going to come kick down your doors and take you off to a FEMA camp.
Yeah, black bag
And,
you. That's like how Alex Jones got black bagged in a Scanner Darkly. That's crazy. I knew nothing about that one. I thought that was maybe just a still shot that they took just for the promo kit, but that's even funnier that there's an actual short film for it. What the heck, guys? That's crazy.
Yeah, if I can find it, I could play it here too.
Wonder if the Hothead channel is still up.
I think it should be. It better be.
You never know with how strange everything ended.
That's true. Production. Yeah, I've been trying to grab a lot of stuff because they do.
Yep.
They disappear for some reason, and then sometimes they come back, which is very, very odd.
Oh yeah, I see it. I found something here. Gray State movie, District 9 Predator video co-pilot effects test. So it's
that one's
basically a short trailer.
Yeah, that one's different. That one's good too, though.
Yeah.
That one is I think some of their better work here.
They got a bunch of Jordan Page stuff up here. So I guess they were working there's like a few music videos from him. I guess they were working pretty closely with him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's the guy that did the rap song, but he's playing an acoustic guitar here, so I thought he was more of some sort of country artist.
It may be on the Gray State channel now that I think about it. Actually, it's kind of hidden.
I'll check it after this. I thought I've seen it. Is it like unlisted or something? I thought I've seen everything on the Gray State channel.
Yeah, it's kind of buried, if I remember correctly. Maybe in their favorites here.
There's a demo reel. Did you ever see that? Have you seen Pandemic? The
yeah, that was good.
That's the predecessor for Gray State. I believe that's shot in like 24 hours, basically 1 day production. I'm not sure I was on there the other night. Yeah, if you could find it, Sophia, let me know. I'd like to check that out.
Yeah, I just watched it last night, so she's better be here somewhere.
Funny. Yeah, because I remember you were asking me about the Christmas card thing, and I was like, yeah, I saw that, but not 100% sure of. I didn't know about that short film.
Jeez, I know I have it. I know I have it backed up somewhere, but I know I saw it on here somewhere. Let me just make sure. Yes, there it is. Got it.
It's on GS?
It's on the Gray State one. I'm gonna pull that up here.
There's also Bullet Exchange. They have a channel. I'm on Hothead's channel. Or maybe channels. Yeah, I see the Bullet Exchange channel.
Yeah, so if you could see my screen, it's this one down here at the very bottom. NDAA U.S. citizens arrested, Gray State martial law.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, this one is pretty interesting. It starts with this guy. He's here in this in a shopping mall or something.
I wonder who that is. Is he one of the extras from the concept trailer, or which?
Yeah, he's one of the actors. I forget what this guy's name is though, but it's pretty creepy.
Wonder if he's on the press kit. Let me see.
He should be somewhere. It's a pretty creative little film here. It shows him walking, then he's driving home. He gets to. That's how
I'm gonna propose to my wife. Will you marry me? Oh my God, the SWAT soldiers are here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Not H.T. Altman. Oh no. Okay, here's the girl I was thinking of. Kelly Berry Miller. She's the one that's in the trailer.
Yeah. This is.
Idea,
this is the chick. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
That is not going on record. Absolutely not. No.
Is it the kind of thing you women want to impress your future mothers-in-law?
Wow.
Well,
Mr. Hilarious.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, you're right. I'm not funny, but
not usually.
You're adorable. Come on, babe.
We get to where they bust in.
There is one more gift we haven't opened.
Yeah, it's like a found footage thing with
yes.
him with the camera.
That's it. That's I couldn't figure out the name of it.
I know you did. Thanks for that. I told you.
Like the home video.
I'm not the funny one.
And that music makes it more creepy.
This is amazing.
I'm not resisting. Oh my God! What the hell's going on? Where are you guys? What is this? I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Who are you guys?
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting. He's
So good. So good.
Stay right there. Don't you fucking touch us. I don't fucking see you.
What's the photos for?
Got a positive ID on both of them.
Oh.
Do not move.
Yeah.
Do not.
Processing for the FEMA camp.
I wonder what they did.
Does it matter? The world's over.
Merry Christmas.
Oh my God. He's twirling the baton.
Isn't that crazy?
That was
That's pretty creepy.
awesome, dude. You know what? Maybe I did see that one time and forgot, but that was sick, man. I didn't really know about that. That was crazy. I'm definitely gonna rewatch that.
For sure.
Got decent views too. It's almost like what, 24K views, 25K
Yeah. Yeah.
views. That's wild. That was
Yeah,
sick,
that's an interesting one. Man, that one. Yeah, I still have nightmares about that one.
man. That's crazy. Nothing says Merry Christmas and will you marry me like getting dragged off by the New World Order shock troopers.
Yeah. They must have done something very wrong, I'm sure, to
Just-
deserve that.
Didn't get vaxxed or something. I feel you.
Anywho, that one.
Yeah, that's
good.
crazy.
I got the
Check
mask
that one out, guys.
there. Yes. Okay. So that's cool. Yeah, I think some of the emails. I think there was one where it looked like David had responded about the music, but I don't think you included whatever he was saying, if I remember. I'll have to go back and look at that one. I'm on a different computer, so I'm like scrambling for all the stuff. that I
Yeah, for
would
sure.
normally have on my other one, but
Yeah, a lot of them were just the Dropbox kind of output thing. When he added me to the group, Dropbox just kicks you that thing. I sent him some other music, which I thought would work. My homies, the Lost Children of Babylon from Philly, they have a dope video called Martial Law on their album Zeitgeist that kind of fits into the whole thing we're talking about. I'm looking through them right now just for sake of.
yeah. They had some other videos on here too that I thought were really good. These are on the website too, but
Yeah, so it looks like Sunday, September 9th, 2012. It looks like that's when I sent it to him. He around 8:15 p.m. He responded at 10:14 p.m. Brutal. Can we use it for a GS video in the future? I said yes, please use it for anything you like. Again, these aren't long, in-depth conversations, guys. It's just email correspondence back and forth. Again, I never met him. I never pretended to. It's easy for people to twist my words around when they have zero understanding of the situation.
Yeah, there's also bullet exchange pay. There is, yeah, Sophia's right. There's some good stuff. Lots of good stuff over there too. And it's weird when sometimes you go, there's some videos that are hidden, some videos that are made
Yeah.
private, and I'm very curious about what those videos are too.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about the unlisted stuff, because I feel like that third trailer,
That one's gone now, I think, but I have it backed up.
the Tomahawk one in the snow.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
full one. Danny Mason released that, and I guess he wasn't supposed to, so he got a little slap on his wrist for putting that out there or something.
Yeah,
Something like that happened.
That was right around the time that, remember, this Gray State Universe LLC
Yes.
Facebook page popped up, and then
Yes.
all of that. I think they had maybe that in a website, and all of that went away as well. So
That's
that was interesting. I think there was maybe a Facebook and a Twitter and maybe a website or something. Again, it was in existence for such a short duration that I only glanced over it.
Yeah, there was an image that I cannot find, and it was, I think it was Gray State Universe, and that I can't find it anymore. So he must have taken all of that stuff down. But it's pretty interesting that Danny Mason feels that he has a claim to David's project. I thought that was pretty interesting too.
I think he helped conceptually with maybe just, conceptualizing some concepts for that 2013 script. But again, as you said, it doesn't say much in the press kit as far as David is credited as the writer. So,
right.
But he does August Mason's acting reel. It looks like it's still on the Hothead channel.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. You can watch Danny Mason doing some Jeet Kune Do.
Yeah, that worked out well for him. Danny, my dude, you gotta hit the weight room if you're gonna get like me, my guy, because
not up to par, huh?
Not up to par, man. Just gotta step it up, man.
That's good stuff. I think that was all of the questions that I had. Yeah, I think that was just about everything that I wanted to make sure to cover, because there's been a lot of questions about, was this the $6,000 one, but I think he pretty much cleared that up, that this is the, this one came afterwards, and ended on October.
Yes, so I don't know about the $6,000 one, but it sounds like that might have just went to just the concept trailer itself, and then obviously this is after the concept trailer, because they have the concept trailer posted as the main video for this campaign. So
yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think the $6,000 was just what David and Mitch Heil spent, what they spent.
Yeah,
of their money, right?
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
I think they said the actual, I don't know if the Alex Jones InfoWars interview is still up anywhere, if you have it backed up, but I think they said, I think it was, I think that they said the exact number. I think it was around 6K or so. Maybe,
it's like 6,600 or something like that. Yeah, I remember that. It was about 6K. That was pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super high quality. Matter of fact, I'd argue it's one of the best concept trailers ever for under 10K. I mean, even if you look up El Mariachi, which is the short film that Desperado became, it was like this infamous action short film that Robert Rodriguez made on a micro budget. That still might have even been more than 6K.
Yeah. That was a short film, I think.
Yeah. Rodriguez had a $7,000 budget, so
wow,
just slightly more than what Obviously, Desperado became a huge franchise, so yeah, good stuff, man. But
and then after that, did you have David on the show then after this? After the 61K was raised and closed, what year was that? Do you remember? It was 2012, but
when
it was right around the same time.
You know what? I think the campaign was ongoing when we had David on, so that was part of the reason why we had him. It was promo for the crowdfunding campaign, so it was like, hey, we're having writer-directed David Crowley on the show. Go check out his Gray State concept trailer, and if you're interested, get involved with the crowdfunding campaign, because on air, I actually told him, hey, I'm going to throw down for that Champion of Liberty and stuff. And then, and that went down. So yeah, I think it was, let's see.
I think it was September of 2012.
Yeah. September 9th or September 12th, something like that.
Yeah.
I believe I do have the, unfortunately my old channel got blown away at one point, so you can't really see like the exact dates, but, let's see, it looks like September 9th.
September
2012.
9th. Okay, 2012.
When we had him. And then I did the re-upload January 6, 2014. Yep.
That's good stuff.
It's good time. Yeah, no, I mean, people always ask me about, what was his personality? We didn't really talk about our personal lives. It was all very creative, creative arts driven conversation when we corresponded, just basically about the concept trailer, about music and music related to Gray State.
Lots of music. Yeah, lots of music. You guys talked about, I think he talked about I think he talked about being a Christian in that too. It's one of the rare times that he
so,
does
yeah.
really talk about being a Christian, and some of his views on the spirituality. So I thought that was good stuff there. It was just the one conversation that you had with him, right? Just the one.
Yeah, well,
the
as I
show,
said,
the 2 hours.
yes, the recorded, promo interview was that, and then we did have, I think maybe I'd have to ask Gaz. Maybe we spoke to him for like 30 minutes or so the first time around. He kind of just, hey, this, we talk about films and music on our show. Kind of just gave him our background of, our show being like a creative review show, but we're looking to get more to the film focus. And then he kind of agreed to come on with us. For the David haters, you know what I mean? You guys should all kind of be worshiping me because I'm the guy who kind of insulted him live on air when I told the Aleister Crowley joke that he wasn't a big fan of. So, you know what I mean? You think for all those people that hate David, you think they would love me because I practically insulted the guy to his face. In retrospect, it probably wasn't my finest moment, but you know what I mean? It was just,
I remember that.
You see where I was going with the joke.
Yeah.
It was like Danny August Mason, David Crowley. Like I just made an Aleister Crowley joke, man. No big deal.
Yeah. I'm sure he hears that all the time, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm sure that's why he got pissed. And
Yeah.
anyway, I was just like, dude, I'm joking. Like obviously, I would not have you on this show to, do that type of thing. But you can't win with the Hot Greg fan club haters. You know what I mean? You try to please them, and
doesn't work out. No,
no,
it's never good enough. Never enough.
never enough. You can't please everybody. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, no. If you guys want to check it out, head over to the Planet X Records channel. Subscribe. You can hear the full interview with David there. Obviously, the press kit now is up on the group. It's up on Greg's channel. Head over to my channel, youtube.com/PlanetXFilm. I actually do the Zodiac Files series, which I do the Zodiac Killer case. I'm going to be doing episode 4 pretty soon on that. I've also gotten pretty deep into the DB Cooper Flight 305 1971 hijacking. I went to CooperCon recently in Portland. Got some exclusive footage at Tina Bar, where there's a $5,800 DB Cooper money find. That's private property there, so that's the new film trailer. There's the Zodiac Files there, and then also I got some of the panels at CooperCon, which were author Bruce Smith, author of DB Cooper and the FBI. I got Eric Eulis, as well as the interview series, Drew Beeson, Eric Eulis, Nicholas Broughton, Darren Schaefer, host of the DB Cooper podcast, and Ryan Burns is my last episode with the new suspect, Milton Verdal. So yeah, one day we need to just do a random case stream, Greg, because I heard you talking about JFK. I was super deep into the Kennedy assassination for years, so we'll just have to do random cases, JFK and whatever else. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that would be fun. Oh yeah, you do have some. I was looking for these for the CooperCon. I wanted to check out some of the.
Yeah, I've got those panels. So I've got Tom Kay, the physical evidence. He's the scientist who made the diatom discovery on the DB Cooper money. He also made the micro titanium antimony alloy particles discovered on the DB Cooper tie. So I have his whole presentation from CooperCon. I have Bruce Smith's final farewell before he left the Vortex. And then that conspiracy panel is pretty sick. That's Bruce and Nikki B, just kind of going into all the conspiracies of the Cooper case. That's Tina Bar right there behind me. And the next one, it's where the 6K was found buried in the sand, which is where they found that money. It's actually underwater now, further in, but that's the exact spot. And then Eric Eulis and parachute expert Mark Meltzer talking about jumping out of an airliner. Interesting discussion if you're into the DB Cooper case. I don't know how much. I know we got Greg in the group now, but I don't know how much crossover there is from the Justice Group. And if you guys are looking for more cases, unsolved cold cases, I highly suggest checking out DB Cooper. It's wild. It's the only unsolved skyjacking in U.S. history, and the guy disappeared into thin air. He only exists for 5 hours. Crazy.
If people wanted to get into that case, where would you have them start?
We have a group, much like you guys have a group. We have a group, the DB Cooper Mystery Group, and Eric Eulis, he's been on Netflix, the DB Cooper Where Are You doc. He's been on the History Channel, Final Hunt for DB Cooper, History Greatest Mysteries, hosted by Lawrence Fishburne. He started that group. So if you head over to the DB Cooper Mystery Group, if you want to get into the new suspects, some of the science, more related science stuff with the metal particles, Ryan Burns, and so their suspect team is Ryan Burns, Nicholas Broughton, and Chris Brower. They have a website called norjack.org. You can learn a lot of cool stuff there. If you want to read a book, D.B. Cooper and the FBI by Bruce Smith, we call that the Cooper Bible. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube. Bruce has a lot of videos on YouTube. Tom Kay has a lot of videos on YouTube. Eric's channel is amazing. I mean, there's a lot of places you can go. It just depends. What do you want to hear about? Do you want to hear about Flight 305, or do you want to hear about scientists talk about metal particles, the titanium particles, and diatoms? So right. It's not everyone's cup of tea. They're like, explain D.B. Cooper to me, and I'm like, well, there's spring diatoms and there's summer diatoms. And they're like, what is this guy talking about? You know what I mean? So you think we're going to talk about this cool guy in a suit with sunglasses and in a suitcase bomb, and then we start ranting and raving about science. But again, it's a crazy case. It's super epic. Much like Zodiac too. I think Zodiac might start heating up. You know what I mean? Again, another book. Drew Beeson. He does a lot of Cooper and a lot of Zodiac. His Cooper book is called Paratrooper of Fortune. His suspect is Ted Braden. He's a Mac V SOG. He's kind of like the real life Rambo, if you will. You know what I mean? He's like a super soldier. Thousands of jumps, thousands of halo jumps, which are high altitude, low opening jumps, where you essentially jump out of a commercial airliner, which is what they were doing in Nam in the 60s. And then you basically pull your ripcord basically at the last second you can while still hitting the ground alive. Like, you're talking about a fearless man that doesn't care if he dies. You know what I mean? Like, that's most skydivers are like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, even experts,
Yeah.
This guy's doing it in a war zone, pulling the ripcord at the last second, a lot of times in countries that the U.S. wasn't even authorized to be in, like Cambodia and Laos, you know what I mean? Vietnam border countries. So definitely check out his book. And then his Zodiac book as well is Sighting on the Zodiac. It's a great one.
Yeah, I think that's the one. I don't know if I may have read that one. Oh, Kindle.
Yeah,
no, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I would say, Drew's suspect, other than like some of the new Zodiac suspects who have dropped lately, they're just like complete nonsense. Drew probably has the most solid one, who's actually the friend, word used loosely, of Arthur Lee Allen, who's the main suspect in the Zodiac movie by Dave Fincher and the Zodiac book by Gray Smith, which there's just a lot with Arthur Lee Allen that just doesn't fit as the Zodiac, you know what I mean? Like, at all, like not the right hand, just a lot of things, DNA, just a lot of things that don't fit. But once you start putting him together with Don Cheney, then you start filling all the gaps. So that becomes interesting, right? You know what I mean? So
For sure. All right. Well, we're going to wrap this one up here, but I do have just one last question for you. What do you think happened with David Crowley?
Oh, as far as the actual case, okay. So I think I went in a little bit on Rick's show and kind of where I landed on it. My opinion has evolved quite a bit on the case, right? Because I used to be like, okay, the Gray State concept trailer has this New World Order content. Okay, so that the New World Order doesn't want this exposed as a Hollywood feature film. Now, it doesn't appear that that's the case. I've changed my opinion on it quite a bit. But before we say that, let's just say that, could you name a New World Order movie that Hollywood has ever fully produced? I mean, like a full, complete New World Order concept from start to finish, like Gray State. They still haven't done it since Gray State. Since, I mean, there's, Eyes Wide Shut, and all these other little things that like throw these little conspiracy theory with Mel Gibson, National Treasure, which is a complete joke, right? There's these little goofy things about Masons and Templars and Skull and Bones. Probably the closest thing you could get is something like The Good Shepherd with Skull and Bones, Robert De Niro. But other than that, there's nothing that does the whole entire New World Order concept, right? So that's interesting. But I think Dan's work of what he can, if there is, let's just say this, if there is any sort of NWO overarching kind of connection, linkage, which I'm not sure that there is, but I got to say Dan's work, and I think his channel got blown away, right? I think you've maybe backed up a lot of his stuff to your Gray Stage channel. What he was doing with his Curious Case, I got to say, I don't know if Dan's theory is 100% correct, but he definitely led me into a direction where, you know what I mean, these, the Eric Saywards of the world, you know, these people that you go on LinkedIn and they don't have any work history, they don't have any current job, they're unemployed, yet they, you know, live in some room with a bag of money in it, waiting for David Crowley to call them to work on Gray State. You know what I mean? Highly, highly, highly questionable. You know what I mean? So a lot of the stuff Dan pointed out, I think, is in the right direction. And like I said, if here's my opinion on it. I'll just tell you, since you asked me the question. Like, I don't think that you need an elite New World Order SWAT team hit squad to take out David Crowley and his family. You just don't need them in order to get something like that done. You know what I mean? You just really don't. Now, if you can get these kind of, you know, what you said about the We Are Change disinformation agents, if you can get these low level, and I mean lowest of the low, you know, kind of characters to take the mantle on this type of thing, well, that's the best case scenario, right? Because then it's never coming back to the Freemasons. It's never coming back to Skull and Bones and the New World Order, at least not in any way that's going to be provable. You know what I mean? So, you know, I don't know. I have a lot of questions about, you know, I wouldn't really be able to say, you know, which way, you know, was it David? Wasn't it David? I mean, I just don't think the evidence is out there definitively. I lean into a lot of the work that you and Sophia and Catherine have done on the Gray Stage channel, as well as Dan before you guys. But there's, you know, again, I always give you the comparison of the of the Kurt Cobain crime scene. I mean, it's just a highly questionable crime scene. For Kenneth Maines to say law enforcement did an amazing job, and they're, you know, oh yeah, opening. I mean, again, okay, so I'll come back to Kurt. You can walk in and at first glance, you can say, okay, Kurt is laying on the ground with a shotgun and it's just his body there. So he obviously shot himself. Sure, you can walk in the first 30 seconds and come to that conclusion, right? But that's denying that the shotgun shell's on the wrong side of his body to his dominant hand, that he took out the heroin and injected himself with a lethal amount before cleaning off the needles and putting it neatly back in the box. The stool used to prop the glass door is on the wrong side of propping it closed. You know what I mean? So if you don't look at any of those factors, sure, you can say there's a body on the ground with a shotgun. The shotgun, by the way, is wiped completely clean with no fingerprints on it, including Kurt's. You know what I mean? So, like, you see what I'm getting at, right? You could walk into a crime scene and say, oh, well, there's a body with a shotgun. It must be suicide. But then you realize that literally nothing else on the crime scene adds up. I feel the same way about David's crime scene. You know what I mean? You could walk in and say there's bodies on the ground with a pistol on the ground. And so in the first couple minutes, you could come into that conclusion until you realize that the sliding glass door is slightly ajar, you know, really nothing adds up. I mean, my favorite thing about it is when they were pushing this. And real quick, the suicide narrative, like, this goes back to like Courtney going around saying, oh my God, I'm worried about Kurt. He's suicidal. And she's saying that to the media. She's saying that in the news articles. So it develops the narrative that Kurt's suicidal. But if you ask any of his personal friends, not a single one of them will back up that theory. Not, you know, Buzz Aldrin from the Melvins. What up, Rick? Not, you know, any of his music friends, any of his personal friends. No one else will say that. So I that's a comparison I've been looking to make with you. Is like, I feel like it's the same way with the David Crowley was overly depressed and he was breaking under the pressure of, you know, now the financial pressure, there might be a little bit of argument to be had there, but he lost control on cannabis and mushrooms and absinthe. Like, that's a huge reach and a stretch for me. Like, I really don't see that one panning out. And my favorite one of all was the one that Greg disproved, which is, you know, this got roped into that false narrative. He created a playlist called Ascension so he could play his pre-selected background soundtrack while he killed his family and performed this ritual. And then Greg later pointed out that was a USB device called an Ascent. You know, is that not a far cry from an Ascension playlist, which is music to kill your family to, oh, no, it's just a device called Ascent. Like, again, another massive reach. So, like, for me, when you start constructing the narrative, it starts falling apart. Tons of questions about missing things from the crime scene and paleo. You know what I mean? That as well. So I mean, I wouldn't be able to actually like exactly point you into the narrative of what exactly happened, but all of those stories about people coming into the house afterwards, taking these strange pictures of a decomposing hand, probably looking through the hard drives and looking through David's stuff. It's like it simply doesn't make sense. What I think you guys need to do is what my boy and I totally agree with you guys that it would be nice to just have the ruling changed, but I think that's a highly difficult path. I think what you guys need to do is what my boy American Spy Fox is doing for the Cobain case, which is you got to fight to get the autopsy or the ruling narrative changed to undetermined, because once you get it changed to undetermined, it's a much easier path to getting the case reopened. Like I know you think that it's more of a murder and things of that nature, which I tend to agree with, but I think dude, you're dealing with law enforcement, Greg. Like, how difficult it is to get them to admit they're wrong. You know what I mean? It's almost impossible. So instead of having them shift it from a, murder, suicide, however, then, if you could at least get it changed to undetermined, that opens the path to, getting some of that evidence analyzed properly and whatnot. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think it's a highly questionable crime scene. I mean, I think it warrants more investigation, which you guys are doing. Of course, the Gray State Project makes it weird. Back to Dan Hennon and the curious case of Eric Sayward, who passed away, and all of these people who pointed out, and the fact that, as you guys said, they aren't even questioned by police. You know what I mean? I don't know. It brings a lot of questions. I mean, I think if there is a motive, I think you certainly do have that motive with these people think that they're going to inherit the script and bring it to Hollywood and get this investment. Oh my God. David was trying to get us all to sign, as you've shown through your research, you actually have the emails or the posts of David saying, I'm trying to get these people to sign their rights away. The fact that wasn't even looked into is crazy to me. You know what I mean? Because they say like, oh, well, you walk in and before I go, and I hope you guys finish up the Ken Main series so I could come on with you at the end of that, because he literally goes, oh my God, the gun in the safe? Oh, well, dude, you'd have to come in and you'd have to make them go get the key for you and all that stuff. Like, he goes off on his own hypothetical tangent. I'm like, how about just coming in with a firearm and putting it to David's? Well, you said it was Kamel's fingerprints who opened the safe. So in that case, you would put the firearm to David and you say, hey, you're gonna go open the safe because all of you are pre-programmed for the, you know what I mean? So I didn't really understand his argument there of like, you have to do all these extra things. No, you wouldn't. You could just take Rania and put her at gunpoint. Hey, go open the safe or I'm going to kill your daughter, right? That you could pretty much get anybody to do whatever you want with that type of extortion. So I just didn't understand his I'm like, I'm thinking for a guy with this experience, like, you just really didn't think this scenario through, So,
well, yeah, he should have known. He should have looked at it, because the interesting thing about the gun safe is that it doesn't have David's DNA on it, only Kamel's. That's pretty interesting. So,
well, you see what I'm saying. So you put David at gunpoint, or you put Rania at gunpoint. Kamel, go open the safe. Okay, now you have it opened with David's gun. With Dave, you know what I mean. So it's not that complicated. The fact that he couldn't reason that out, I have more on him for you guys later. But his DB Cooper suspect is absolutely terrible. His Zodiac work is mediocre, but I don't know. I just didn't.
Well, we're gonna probably come back next week maybe, and you're definitely welcome to join. We'd love to have you join that panel. And yeah,
sure.
we have at least one or two more shows. We did a 4 hours. The first show was a 4-hour show, and we only got to about 20 minutes of that hour-long video or something. So, and I haven't watched it. I've only seen it while we're watching it.
Yeah, for sure. In real time. Yeah. I watched it, and I watched the whole thing just to see, okay, like, what is he saying? It's like, and the fact, I love how he's like reading the questions from you guys at the end. He's like, I mean, these are just ignorant questions, people who just don't know. And then, like, yet he's ignoring all these things about the crime scene himself. So I'm like, I don't understand this argument. I mean, you're talking about a guy whose DB Cooper suspect is Richard Floyd McCoy, who did a DB Cooper copycat hijacking. He wore makeup all over his face. He sweated it out because he got nervous, and then he left his hijacking instructions labeled hijacking instructions in the airport before he did it.
Wow.
Does that sound like DB Cooper to you, Greg? The guy who is completely calm and collected, made absolutely no mistakes. Richard Floyd McCoy brought his own parachute, set it off in the plane, and knocked out a stewardess. So you know what I mean? It's like, dude, that's your suspect? Like, are you kidding me, man? Like that doesn't match Cooper at all. So I mean, that's just one example of Maine's work not quite panning it out. Literally nobody in the Cooper vortex thinks Richard Floyd McCoy was DB Cooper. You know what I mean? So that's the guy you're dealing with. So just take that in consideration when you're listening to his Crowley case feedback.
Yeah, sure. And I also heard that Kenneth Maines also, as far as John F. Kennedy, he also thinks that it went down the way that our government.
That doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me at all. So he believes the magic bullet theory on Kennedy, meaning he believes the magic bullet theory on Crowley. So that pretty much says everything you need to know about that guy. Like, how could you even think that on JFK? Nobody thinks that on JFK. You know what I mean? But hey, whatever. He loves the one man lone wolf theory. You know what I mean? And I don't know. He definitely has brought some good things to Zodiac, especially. So I want to credit him where credit's due on Sherry Jo Bates, the Riverside Activity, my third episode. I think you saw that one of Zodiac Files. He did bring some new things to light on Riverside. But yeah, even on the show on Zodiac, you can tell like they just hired them for TV, and he didn't even really, he didn't really know the case that well. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go and do like an 8-episode History Channel. Nice one, Rick. You're gonna go on History Channel and do this whole series about Zodiac when like you don't even know basic case knowledge of each one of the canonicals. That's like me going like on Jack the Ripper and being like, oh yeah, where's Whitechapel? It doesn't make any sense. What up, Catherine? But yeah, that's my spiel. Yeah, if you guys finish it up, I'll definitely jump on the end of that show and get it popping. But you guys can hit me up on Twitter with anything on Zodiac Cooper Crowley. There's my tag. Head over to the YouTube, subscribe. Zodiac Files episode 4 is coming soon. Definitely want to get some more things popping off, but it's tough to get everything. I don't know how Greg does it.
I'm gonna put your link in the chat here too before we
for sure
before we head off. But thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you coming on and for passing that stuff on to us. There's a lot of interesting things in there. So it just kind of backs up a lot of stuff that we've been saying. I love how it shows who this team was back then. It makes it very clear who this team was, because we also know the team. There is no team later on. It shows David Crowley is the only writer of this thing, which I think is very fascinating. It shows Danny Mason is just a quote unquote actor, a researcher, and I forget what the other thing was.
Producer, co-producer, something like that.
Something like that, but
pretty much the same title as me.
Yeah, that's true. And if that movie ever gets made, you will have the title of associate producer. I found that fascinating.
Maybe I would get my credit and he wouldn't. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
That would be funny.
I'd have more argument of a stake than him. But yeah, man, guys, definitely if you're interested in what me and Greg were talking about, I would say go check our deep dives on my channel of the 2 scripts and check out that press kit. There's some cool stuff in there. I think Sophia posted that, or Catherine, one of them posted it.
Yep. Posted it in the group. We have it on my website. It's definitely out there for anybody that wants to just read it. It's definitely worth reading. There's a lot of good stuff in there. So thank you again, brother.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I've been meaning to get that too for a while. I know I kept telling you, and it took me a while, but better late than never, baby. PXF.
That's right. We do it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone. We'll chat later, and God bless you all, and hopefully we'll come back next week. Probably, I don't know if we'll do it Saturday or Sunday, but I'll definitely send you that link to just join, and we'll take our third dive into the Kenneth Maines story. I guess we'll see. We'll talk about his. We'll watch his video and we'll make comments on it. That's what we're pretty much gonna do there. So that should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I have coffee today. I may need some wine for that one though.
I think so. Yeah. I should be around Sunday. Yeah. No,
cool,
it's I don't know. I'll let you guys handle that.
All right.
Cool
Well,
stuff,
until
guys.
next time, God bless you all, and thank you for joining, for watching, and make sure you go and check out Ross's channel because he does have a lot of great stuff over there. That Zodiac stuff is just that's a fascinating rabbit hole, I would say. The whole DB Cooper, which I'm just kind of getting caught up on. I'm kind of quiet in that group, but I do like going into that group just to see what people are
They
saying.
move fast over there, man. I
do.
always tell them I wish Zodiac moved that fast because the way they crowdsource, they find amazing material. And Zodiac Files episode 4 coming soon. I think you guys are going to like that one. We're going to have some more suspects and some new fresh stuff. So
very cool. I look forward to that one.
Yes. So subscribe and join up with the group Justice for David Crowley and Family. Yeah,
that's right. All right, everybody. Until next time.
Rick, Catherine, Sophia, peace, guys. Thanks for coming through.
Peace out.
Hello, everybody. It's Catherine, Michelle, and Sophia and Sarah are with us tonight. And as you know, last night we went live, but Sarah had some family issues going on, so she couldn't make it. So she came back today to join us. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
I figured what we would do, how we would start off is I will let Sarah introduce herself and then give you guys a little bit of her background so you can understand that she has a lot of knowledge in this area of decomp and bodies. So Sarah, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So Sarah.
So Sophia, can you mute?
All right. So, hi everybody. I'm Sarah. I have been working in the death industry, funeral industry, however you want to word it, for a good part of my life. Grew up in a cemetery, grew up around it all. I have specialty in doing removals, biohazard removals, assisting with embalmings, and assisting and watching, being part of autopsies. I've seen all types of different cases of, death, and everything from natural causes to suicides to you name it. And so when I came across the Crowley case, there were some things that I seen that were just very inconsistent with what, in my years of being in the business, just didn't quite add up. So I'm here to just kind of give my input on what I know and to try to help maybe clear up some questions everybody might have about this case.
Okay, and can you give us a little bit better, for those who don't know, I mean, we know, but this is for the audience. Can you explain to people what you said that you dealt with biohazards? Can you explain to them what that means?
Sure. So biohazards would be dealing with decomposition, people who have been passed away for extended periods of times, I can't talk, I'm so nervous, sorry. An extended period of time before they were found. So gone through a lot of the stages of decomposition, the different things that happen during the stages of decomposition, and how I dealt with it, or how most people in the industry deal with cleaning up and handling a biohazard situation.
Okay, and in your experience, and Sophia, please feel free to jump in anytime. But in your experience, have you ever, and I know the answer to this, but trust me, I'm asking this for a reason. Have you ever seen decomp either jump ahead or skip a step, or does it go in a consistent manner all the time? Generally speaking, I'm not talking about, say, someone lies on the street and then somebody comes along and sets them on fire. I'm talking generally speaking, Does it follow a set path or does it jump around?
No, it's a natural, it's a specific set of circumstances that happen no matter what. Now, there are factors that could speed up or slow down the process, but for the most part, everything happens in the same way.
So with the Crowley case, like my issues that I found with it is that by looking at the photo, and at first when you're reading the reports, because every single officer is like, it's advanced stage of decomp, there's skeletonization going on. So when you're reading the report, you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe they were there for 3 or 4 weeks, right? Well, then when you start to see the photos, you're like, this shouldn't end. No, this is early moderate. This is not advanced. And so, and I've taken a lot of slack for pointing this out and standing my ground, because I don't have as much experience as you do, but I was an EMT and I've watched autopsies, I've dealt with that, same thing, but not to the degree you have. You have a lot of experience. But when you're trying to tell people that, no, the way this body is, we still have organs that are intact that can be sliced and put on, look at under a microscope. They're not advanced.
Right. Yeah, no, I would say in my experience, seeing someone in a severely advanced state of decomposition, most of the biological tissue is non-existent.
It's gone. Yep. I agree. Sophia, you have anything you want to add?
I have a few questions, but I want to continue on this path right now. But there are some questions I have as we go along. Sarah, I had shown you a couple photos, and from those photos, in your personal opinion, with what you have come across in your career, can you please explain to us how you feel that the Crowleys, what stage they're in, and how long you think that they had been passed away, please?
So, for David, I think he was in the most furthest state of decomposition. When the body starts to get mummified the way that he was, that, and from the things that I have seen, is not 3 weeks worth of decomposition. For Kamal, and excuse me if I say the baby's name wrong, I'm just going to refer to her as the baby.
Rania.
Okay. They were in very beginning stages. Skin slippage. Is it okay if I say those?
Yes, it is. Oh, I'm glad you answered that. So everybody, I'm sorry, Sophia even reminded me and I forgot. This is not going to be a topic for children. So, and those who are squeamish, we are talking about death, decomposition, and the bodies in the Crowley case. I am so sorry, everybody. I'll try to do a typewritten little blurb at the beginning before I post this online, but I'm sorry, Sophia, you did tell me and I forgot. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's why I was like, is it okay?
Yes, go for it.
So, with Kamal and Rania, they were in, I would say, maybe a week to maybe a week and a half, from what I've seen personally, into decomp, with the bloating, the skin slippage, things of that nature. David was way too far into his decomposition. If I had to put a timeline on him, he would have been more 3 to 4 weeks into his decomp, because that's when you start to see the mummification he had mild bloating in the abdomen or not mild, but he had the bloating in the abdomen.
It was mild, yeah. It didn't get to the point, as you know, they will, but he wasn't nowhere near that stage.
There was no putrefaction.
Mm-mm.
There was lack of fluids that the body will expel. It's called purging.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that really in all three of them. The lack of blood also really kind of set wrong with me, especially for murder, suicide, because I've seen that personally with my own 2 eyes multiple times, and that's just not. It didn't add up to me with what I've seen.
I want to get your opinion. I interviewed the Colorado Springs medical examiner. His name was Dr. Leon Kelly. Now, a lot of this was to help other people, but because I was asking him about the decomposition, and he said, and I asked him to explain the mummification and tell me if you have seen or heard of this. He explained it as if hands and feet are bare and they're near an object like paper or something that will wick away the moisture out of the skin, plus the fact that the hands and feet are thinner. There's not as much adipose, and it's just basically almost skin and bones, but we know there's tissue and he said for him that explains the mummification, but he said that their time of death was 4 to 7 days for Kamel and Rania, but he said 10 days at most. He goes, I wouldn't put it past 2 weeks. He said because they were be able to do the slicing of the organs, and the organs had not yet liquefied, and only some of the internal cavities had partial decomp fluid in them. What do you think about that? I would like another opinion.
So I'll give you a scenario where I was involved, kind of similar, and the gentleman was same thing, hands mummified. He had a lot of missing regular tissues. When they went to go and do his internal autopsy, it was liquid. There was nothing in there for them. I personally had to try to pull fluids from that cavity for toxicology, urine, stuff like that. I couldn't get it. There was nothing really there for me to get. They were mushed, if that makes sense.
Absolutely does. Yep.
Yeah.
So, and that's my main point. That's something I've been trying to put through to these people. So, wait, here's a question that people have been asking all along. I don't have the answer to it, but you just might. So, could the mummification of the hands and feet be due to, like, saying their hands and feet were bound and cut off circulation? I don't know if that's a yes or no answer. Do you have any idea? Could circulation being cut off cause mummification to occur faster?
I do believe it can, because you're cutting off all that blood flow, and then you have tissue that is going to necrose if it's not getting the proper blood flow to the extremities.
Okay, so that could be, and we're not saying, again, everybody, the little cap caveat here. We're not saying this is what happened. We're trying to get what could have happened. So for everybody, and a lot of people have asked that question. So all of you who've asked a question about could the hands and feet have been bound, then, you know, Sarah and her experience and her expertise is saying it's a possibility.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Sarah, in your opinion, after everything that you've seen and you've read, could they have been stored someplace, like either refrigerated or exposed to cold or anything?
So if they would have been exposed, so for the time, this is just my thinking with everything that I know between this case and then the things that I know in my field. If they were immediately put somewhere on, you know, in a cooler, would have slowed down the decomp process. Because that's usually what we do when we get a body in, no matter what state. Well, I think before they've gotten into further decomposition, we put them immediately into a cooler to slow that down until they can be embalmed. Or some families don't want it, you know, whatever their preference is. It can prolong from the tissues breaking down, but not to the point to what you saw in this case.
And would that also cause like the differences in their decomposition then, if they were brought out at the same time? And I mean, what we're seeing is like really weird stuff when we're reading the autopsy. It doesn't quite match the decomp timeline. It's like some things seem more advanced than other things, and it's just weird.
So the couple of things that I noticed was the lividity that didn't quite add up. If they were to have been put in a cooler, the lividity would have been a little bit more prevalent. But I didn't see that. I saw very sporadic, kind of all over the place. Because usually the blood,
the marbling. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And this is something I have been beating this drum like for so long, because this is something I saw quite a bit of. And you know, lividity is something, there's no denying it. And lividity is what happens when the blood then follows gravity to the lowest point, wherever that lowest point is. If they're standing, sitting, turned upside down, if that lowest point toward the ground is where the blood goes. So if David had truly done this and he was laying this way, his entire back, with the exception of where the skin met the floor, would have been that lividity. It would have been unmistakable. And yet we don't see that on any of the bodies. There's no lividity anywhere. And in fact, it says, you know, no lividity. They couldn't see it. Now, another thing that I want to kind of go a little bit further what Sophia was just asking, because on David's autopsy, it clearly states marked autolysis, and Kamel and Rania are just autolysis. Now, in the medical field, and I'm assuming it's the same for you, words mean something. So when they put marked, it's for a reason. So they're saying that they've noticed it's more advanced. Is that what you would expect? Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding. Yep. And yes, words words definitely do mean something when they are, when they're different. If you've got a whole case like in this instance, where you've got one victim that has that marked, in there, and the other ones don't, that's very telling that he had more than the others, which again, in my opinion, is just my opinion, he was first.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying. Sophia and I have been saying this for a long time, and again, we've taken a lot of heat, but we've been reading these reports and looking at the photos, but really, you know, when you pay attention to what's being said, they're telling you the order. So that's why we're very vocal going, no, wait a minute, David died first, not Kamel, not Ronnie, David did. So if he died first, how did he kill them? And yet we can't get any answers from anybody like that. Instead, you know, we get poo-pooed and made fun of and said, oh, you guys are crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, wait a second. So when you offered to come on, you have no idea how happy you made us. Or like, hey, somebody who knows, not that we were expecting you to say what we were saying, but we knew you were going to say what we were saying, because in the medical field and how death goes, it only goes a certain way.
It can't go one. It can't go one or the other. It is very specific how it happens. No matter who you are, no matter how you pass, the stages of decomp and disposition, it's all the same.
Thank you. You have no idea. It's like, yes. Sophia, do you have any other questions right now? Okay, this is going to be a little off topic, but I did have two people send questions for you, but because we can get back to this in a minute. One of those questions is, and I think if I wrote down their question correctly, it will help you, but I think you're going to follow along. It says, do you know how entomology relates to decomp? Because that's something that's really, some people bring it up, but I did a lot of research and I found some conflicting information for Minnesota, because in the wintertime, a lot of reports say there are no flies. Other reports say you might see some, but in this body, there were no maggots, there were no flies, there were no bugs.
Okay. So from my experience, now I'm on the East Coast, and we have seen maggots, flies, those types of bugs in temperatures lower than 60 degrees Celsius. Now it is a lot slower versus, say, someone in Florida. But it is possible and it does happen.
Okay, so do you think in your experience, you know, because I mean, I lived in Minnesota. I was born and lived there in Minneapolis, so I am a Minnesotan, and I don't ever recall having or seeing flies in winter, but I was a kid and it was a long time ago. And so would you expect to, okay, let me rephrase this. If the narrative were true, and if those bodies were all there decomposing for 3-4 weeks, maybe longer, would you expect to see any kind of insect activity, even though it was winter?
In the house with the heat on, very little, if any.
Okay, so it's really not a surprise that there was no bugs found. Okay, because that has been a question also that a lot of people have asked, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there was no rotting trash, like really rotting trash. I don't believe the house was heated too super hot.
It was set at 68 degrees. That's not too bad.
Right. So I don't expect to see many. Maybe if they did, it would be 1 or 2. But then you do have a dog who was scavenging for food, so it's not uncommon for animals to.
Okay, that's another thing. Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's how I love these autopsy reports. Now and again, it's wording and how the standard operating procedure of how you word things in these documents. However, there are parts of one of the autopsies, and I believe it was David's, where it said that there was jagged tissue and rough edges on the bone, and indicative of or apparently due to dog scavenging. Then the other parts of the body, it says due to these pieces are missing due to apparent scavenging. They worded it two different ways. And other one says smooth ends on the radius and the ulna, stuff like that, which is not indicative of a dog scavenging.
No.
So, and I don't know if you know this, but there were 2 bags of dog food on the floor, 2 large bags of dog food, one of them open. So the dog had access to food. And I don't know if this is your area of expertise or not, but have you ever seen a dog not leave evidence of chew marks on most of the bodies, but then be blamed for them missing and at the same time have access to food?
No. Especially if there was access to food. And I've been in a couple of cases where there was dogs left out. We've had to get animal control in. But there was food. The dogs are not dumb. Most dogs, if they know that that's their bag of food, and, you know, if you have an animal, most animals know, hey, that's my food. I want it. They'll get into that food before they would try to harm their owner. Most I've seen is dogs licking their owners, like trying to, because they don't understand what's going on, and they're trying to lick their owners like, hey, wake up, wake up, wake up. But I've never seen in my, experience, a dog trying to eat its owner. Now, that's not to say that it hasn't happened before, but not for the things that I've read about is bigger dogs, like very large dogs, some not so nice breed dogs that resort back to their animalistic instincts, but not a dog that teeny tiny, and especially if he had access to food.
Okay, and in your opinion, because this dog, when they finally found and got Paleo out of the house, he was considered thin. So I think when they weighed him, he was only 15 pounds, but he normally was 20 to 25 pounds. So he had lost weight, and which doesn't seem to me conducive to feeding on the owners, because Sophia has been saying nonstop, and again, she's taken a lot of flack for this, but she keeps saying if there's dog food there, the dogs are Paleo would go for the food, because it was on the floor where all he had to do was like scratch a bag to get it to open. Mm-hmm. But and so they're like, oh yes, they would, dogs will eat their owners, and she has been saying time and again, not if there's food available.
Right.
Catherine, I'm sending you a screenshot. It's Mason Hendricks and Greg having a conversation. Mason Hendricks is talking about the house, and supposedly they were in it after the cleaners. And we believe that they were in it on the 20th. And so I wanted you to read it and then ask their opinion on it, too.
Okay.
It's pretty loud here. Hey, you need to go. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, okay. I will. There it is. You would think I'd be smart enough and know how to operate my computer, but sometimes I don't. Okay. So this is between Greg and Mason. Okay. So first person who's responding is Mason Hendricks, and he says, we went in there, I want to say around the 23rd or something, because the smell was so bad still. And I think that sometime early in the week, they went back in and left off more chem bombs to dissipate the smell. All of us threw away our clothes because the smell would not, he meant would not wash out. It says would wash out, but would not wash out. Chris was never there on his own. And then, let's see. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what she wanted to get your opinion about, was just that section, correct? Because the rest is about Chris Peck. So in your opinion, when the cleaners come in to clean, does the smell of decomp remain after they're done?
There is chemicals that are used that are not publicly available, obviously. And sadly, I was tasked with 2 different occasions of doing cleanup, one for my own father-in-law.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he regurgitated his own esophagus, and that's what, so that was a bloody mess. And then my cousin's husband was in the military, got to be too much for him, and he shot himself in the head. So cleaning up those, and being where I was working, I had access to these chemicals. Everything that has been touched with blood, which if you guys, you've seen the Spalding Decon, you know what they have to do. Anything that's been touched with any type of biological anything has to be removed, cleaned, scrubbed. And the most that I have ever had to, I guess, smell would be the chemicals. Nothing of decomp, no, no foul smells. It really just smells like cleaners.
And that's where Sophia was leading, because again, we talk a lot about this, and it's the same thing. When you walk into, decomp before cleaners have been there, that does get on you. That stuff doesn't go away. You do have to trash your clothes, and you're washing your hair for days sometimes because you can't get it out.
Well, you go in and you are in full head to toe hazmat, Tyvek, everything.
Yeah. So if these, and so in my opinion, if these guys walked into this house 3 or 4 days later, supposedly after the cleaners, now these are professionals. They're not going to leave a house with a strong odor of decomp. So these guys, in other words, or if what he is saying is true, by deducing the facts versus what he says, they were in there before the cleaners got there.
Yes.
And so, that then throws a whole wrench into their story. So basically, once cleaners are there, once they use those chemical bombs, because even with, like you said, with Spalding will go through that, and they're like, okay, this smells so strong, we're going to set this off. They open everything up, fans and everything, and then they will come back either hours later or the next day, and it's completely fresh. There's no smell of decomp anymore. So is that what you find to be true as well?
Yes, because that's their job. Their job is to make it as if it never happened, as if you would have never been able to tell anything horrible happened in that space. Smell, visual, anything. So I find that hard to believe that he said he could still smell it after the cleaners.
I agree.
Would they leave cans of that chem smell behind after they left?
Sorry, what
Like-
did you say?
He's talking about how they had to use some of the cans to release the chem smell or to get rid of the smell in the house. Would they leave that behind?
No, because no. It's regulated chemicals. You can only get it with a license, and no, they would not have left anything like that behind.
Yeah, because he says sometime early in the week, they went back in and let off more chem bombs because I guess they complained about it. But it's like, no, dude, no. That would have been so unprofessional for them to leave that house with a smell of decomp still there.
Exactly.
They could lose their license. Who's going to call them?
Right.
This is awesome. I was going to ask something else. Sophia, can you? Do you have anything else? I forgot a question. I'm trying to get my question back. I'm like, oh, geez.
When you looked at the crime scene photos, did you see any type of high velocity blood spatter?
Not at all, no.
Thank you,
And
Sophia.
That's what actually really also caught my eye when I first started looking into this case. The lack of blood, the lack of bodily fluids that, you know, we release when we pass. The fact that David had blood on his boxers, on the front of his boxers, that really, because I've seen, you know, again, I've seen people who have taken their own lives via the same way he has. Now, if they were slumped over, absolutely, it would be all over the front of them. But because he was laid back, where was the blood that soaked through not only 3 shirts, a pair of pants, and then the boxers?
Yep. And you know what I've seen, at one scene we went to, they didn't die, but it was a massive head injury. Now they were scrunched and sitting. They were protecting their head, sitting down on the ground, protecting while they're getting hit. Well, as EMTs, we have to take their clothes off in the ER and stuff. Well, I saw that same pattern, straight down the front, straight down into the shorts. And so I never saw it on anybody laying this way.
Exactly. And even the man that I was telling you guys about earlier that I had picked up, that had mummified himself so bad he was like this. Same thing, shot himself, back of the head, no blood on the boxers. It was all on the floor, and then all of his, you know, purging fluids were around him, but not on the front of the clothing or anywhere on the boxers or anything of that nature.
Yeah, because when you're looking at the clothing, you see a distinct pattern strictly on the left side. There's nothing on the right side at all. And it's just like a line of demarcation, and it's completely soaked. But if that is completely soaked, then that means if he died in that room, there should be blood everywhere. And there's not.
The pictures I sent you guys earlier, that gentleman as well, I went to that scene. Everywhere, walls, tables, chairs, floor, everywhere. But nothing in those photos from the Crowleys indicated anything like that. And if I believe you said it was the same caliber.
Yeah, 40 cal.
Yep.
Yeah, and here's with I don't know if the one that on the scene you sent us, but with the Crowley scene, not only were they 40 cal, but they were hollow points.
His was too.
Okay, so then yeah, so it should have been exactly like that, or very similar, and yet they're like night and day.
Night and day. Yep.
And okay, my question is, and I know it in the scheme of things, it truly doesn't matter, but I'm like thinking, and it all boils down to this bullet hole in the ceiling, item number 57. Now, of the people that I know, and I will admit, I don't know a ton of people in the cleanup business, but I know a few, just a few. They check everything. They look high, they look low, they're checking everything because, like you said, they have to make sure that they have to fix it so that when the family walks in, it's as if nothing happened, or as close to nothing happened, and what was done is hidden. Like you see kills on the wall and part of the wood was cut up, but you're not seeing the actual other stuff. Now, I have been saying forever, if that bullet hole were truly in the ceiling the night of the event, and especially days after when the cleaning crew comes in and they're taking a Christmas tree down, you're looking up, because who doesn't look up when you're taking your Christmas tree down and it's right up there? Nobody saw it. Do you buy that, or do you? I don't. Okay, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm already speaking for you, and I need to shut up. So I'm going to mute myself.
But no,
the Christmas tree. Why wasn't that removed? It was right there in the middle of everything. That's
A lot of things weren't moved. A lot of things weren't looked at. Very sloppy. I even showed my my grandfather, who is retired cop. He's been a cop for 45 years and did homicide for a long time. And I showed him some, some of the photos from the case. And he said, why is the trash can still full? Why did they not piece out the trash can? Why were they not looking for evidence? Why
Oh my God, I said that so many times. Yes. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. He made a lot of, good points. Okay, why wasn't furniture moved? There was so much blood on the recliner. Why wasn't the recliner moved to look for any bullet casings? Things of that nature. So he did explain to me that a lot of things were missed, that it was a very sloppy investigation, especially with the bullet hole in the ceiling. When you have someone that, this is what he explained to me, when you have someone that they are, on the outside looking in, might look like a murder-suicide, you check for everything. You check for stray bullet holes, because I believe they were trying to see how many bullets were in the clips, what was missing from the clips versus how many shells they retrieved, things of that nature. I can tell you what I personally think. I personally think the bullet hole above the tree on the ceiling, I think, was after the fact.
I've been saying that, Sophia. We have been saying this, and I have gone rounds and rounds with people about that, because I'm like, a professional. You guys have to understand, this is their job. These professionals know to look up, to look on every side. They look everywhere. They will. And when you're moving furniture, just like some people don't understand how the one bullet was missed, but it was found when the rug is being rolled. And like that is something I would expect to happen. Seen it happen. I know people, deputy coroner, they've seen this, or they explained it. Yes, that does happen. If it was rolled under the rug, underneath the couch, and that type of thing. So they're rolling it, falls on the floor. Yes, to be expected. To miss a hole in the ceiling as they're cleaning, especially by how many officers were there, how many other people in and out, and then the entire cleaning crew.
Right.
Impossible.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I do have one other question. The entomology one. Oh, yeah. Oh, because we got off. Sorry, I got you off on a tangent on that one. So, do you know? Because I have a little bit of knowledge, but not a lot. But how is it that entomology relates and correlates and works into decomp? How do they progress together, I guess, is my question. Or do they progress together?
So, and you're referring to like the maggots and all that stuff. So again, like I said, heat can play a factor in expediting those things. When you have a body that's in high temperatures, it's relatively quick. The flies lay the eggs, the eggs hatch, and there you go. And then the forensics can usually tell how long a body's been sitting based off of what stage the larva or the maggots are in. Being that it was inside the house, cold outside, I'm not sure that there would have been much, but if you would have had, like I said, rotten trash in the house, rotten fruit, food, any kind of, things that would have been rotten, that would have attracted, and then they could have been able to use that to get a timeline, but I didn't see any of that. So I don't know that there was much of that in there.
Yeah, there wasn't any rotten food. I think the kiwi was still okay. The bananas were just getting a little brown. In fact, their bananas were just getting to the point where I would make banana bread, so nothing was really rotten at all.
which kind of, you know, in my opinion, throws out the 3-week narrative.
Yeah, because a long time ago, did you help me with that? Because I know I took photos because we were all doing like separate things. Sophia was doing, trying to make footprints, and then I was doing the banana experiment. I went to the store and got bananas in different stages and left them and took photos every day to see what it would progress. Mm-hmm. And, you know, to get them to where they were at that one, it was right about the 7 to 10 day mark. And then they looked exactly the same. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other question, and this has nothing to do with decomp, but this person wanted me to ask you that the stereotype of most decedents are like elderly people. Most people think when you're going, it's going to be somebody old. Mm-hmm. But they wanted to know, however, is it common for you to see either babies, young children, or young people?
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. And yeah. I saw a, this one gets me in my feels. It was a 6-year-old little girl, and the parents were, I mean, again, different scenario, but same, you know, process of decomp and everything. Parents were neglecting the baby. No food, no water. Left her locked up, chained, I might add, to a bed. And when I found her, when, you know, after the police found her and we went in to do what we needed to do, I mean, it was horrible. That is a picture I will never get out of my head. And, you know, bloating, skin slippage, all of those things. And yeah, it's rough. It's definitely not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, in my experience, I've only seen one child. I mean, I'm not talking about like the babies that would come into the ER. So I'm talking like at the morgue. I only saw one child. She was a 4-year-old. And for me, what struck me is that she literally looked like a porcelain doll. She looks like this little doll lying there. Unfortunately, it was one of those sad situations where she was between 2 vehicles. One of the other kids dislodged the emergency brake, but you know, and it was a horrible situation, a horrible accident. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting, you know, to see porcelain skin on such a young baby.
No, I've had infants. I've had infants that had like SIDS that look just like that, look like perfect little babies. You wouldn't have even thought after embalming. I've had stillborns. I've had, sadly, full term babies that didn't make it. But one of the biggest reasons, and I'll share with you, one of the biggest reasons I stepped back from doing what I'm doing or what I was doing, I've been out of it for about 6 months now, is because most people think when they're handing over their loved one to a funeral home, they're entrusting them to take care of them with respect and dignity and to treat them as if they were still alive as a human being, like I'm speaking to you. I saw some very horrific things happening in funeral homes, not only to infants, but to full-blown adults, elderly, you name it. And when I was doing a cremation, larger people, they make a little bit more remains after being cremated, and we have special containers for those. As I was on my way to get that extra large urn for this decedent, my coworker decided he didn't feel like doing that and flushed this person's ashes in the toilet to make it fit into the regular urn. And when I went to the owner of the funeral home and the crematory place. I told them what I saw. I got reprimanded. And when I put in my resignation, they made me sign an NDA to get my severance pay so that I couldn't go to the State Board of Anatomy or the State Board of Morticians to report them. So I signed it, and then I had my sister do it.
Good for you. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. Good job. And
Wow.
that is wrong.
I've had funeral homes bring babies into me in Amazon boxes. I've had funeral homes bring decedents in caskets with trash at the bottom of their feet, dirty gloves, trash, you name it. So my recommendation for everybody, I know this is a little bit off a topic, but do due diligence, especially if you're doing pre-need, because there's also funeral homes that will steal your pre-need money. Just research, read reviews, go in and, tour their facilities, talk with people, just do as much research as you can before you entrust your loved one to just whoever's cheapest.
Okay, so that's some good advice. Wow, that's holy cow. No words at all. Oh my God. Oh. And one of these days when you get more used to maybe talking, I know there are people who signed on the live stream, and I know they wanted to ask you questions. So maybe one of these times we could actually do a live stream, and so these people can ask their questions too.
Sure.
It's only a little scary at first, but then it's not so bad. We're all good. Sophia, do you have any other questions?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but I really would love for Sarah to come back and do a live stream when we can have people asking questions. You have such amazing live chat people, regulars who show up and ask the most amazing questions. So, Sarah, from the bottom of my heart, I would love to thank you for taking the time and being brave enough to come up here and talk with us and answer our questions and to share your experience with us, because it really, truly means a lot to us.
Yeah.
And the stories that you entrusted with us, thank you so much. I mean, my heart is breaking right now for those people that their bodies had to endure that, and and for what you had to go through. I mean, that's horrid. I'm so sorry.
I had coworkers make fun of me because I would talk to the decedent like I'm talking to you.
Why would they make fun of you?
Why are you talking to dead people? They're dead. Well, they are someone's mothers, someone's brothers, fathers, uncles. It didn't matter to me. When I met with someone, I'd say, "Hi, Mrs. So-and-so. My name is Sarah. I'm going to be taking care of you today. And I'm going to let you know what I'm going to do every step of the way, so you know how I am going to be taking care of you." And people were they thought I was not right.
I see it as respectful,
Exactly.
I really do. And that reminds me, we're going we're going to be comparing stories now. When I was still when I was doing my rounds before I took the National Registry for EMTs, we had a patient come in, head wounds type of thing. So, of course, the students get to take, and I didn't care. So it was me and another girl. We had to take them back and get them ready for sutures and stuff. And their whole, the poor person, it was caked blood. And so the girl and I were like, let's clean them up, because we knew nobody else was going to do it. And you don't want them walking around with caked blood on their face. So we're in there and we're being careful because they hadn't numbed it yet or anything. And every time we would go to touch, they would kind of wince, and we're like, okay, we'll be very careful, but we're going to get this off of you. And I still can see one of the paramedics from AMR came in, standing in the door going, "Oh, what are we doing? Putting makeup on?" And I said, "No, we're taking care of the patient and we're cleaning them up." I'm like, oh my gosh, what a rude jerk. But yeah, so I get it.
Yes. I didn't mind. You can call me what you want. But I know at the end of the day, my heart was right, and I treated that person the way I would want someone to treat my family.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But yeah, is there anything else that you want to reiterate, that something else that you saw in the case, or even in your knowledge when it comes to decomp and these bodies and the narrative?
Yeah, there was one other thing that kind of had me, my brain turning, was when you have someone that is in such a state of decomp, especially with the extensive skin slippage that they all had, there is usually always an imprint of where that body was laying. I didn't see any of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Because there should have been some, like you said, the body, as it starts to decompose and as it starts to bloat, it's going to release fluids, the decomp fluid. That then leaves an impression. So again, Sophie and I've been saying this forever, and I've seen decomp impressions, okay? And when they pull those bodies away, there's only one place, and that's kind of where Ranya's little body was, that I could say has a mark.
Yes.
Nothing else on that floor has any decomp marks at all.
Mostly on a carpet, because the fibers would help hold on.
Suck it in.
Yep. So
Yeah, and Sophia has said, I can't. In fact, Sophia, you say it. You go for it, girl.
1 minute, it's about the trolls. I mean, my little trolls. What did you want me to say? What?
We were talking about the marks on the floor, and I know what you're thinking, because you've said it a bazillion times, especially when it relates to Kamel.
The marks on the floor? The blood?
The lack of, how many times have you stated, where's the blood on the floor under Kamel?
Yeah, I mean, like by the couch and stuff like that, there should be blood there. I mean, that's where her head was missing. That's where her hands were missing. There's no fluid leakage, nothing.
No blood, no brain tissue, nothing.
While she was laying there, it should be there. I mean, the blood might not have been flowing out because she was dead, but there would have been fluid leaking out.
And some remnants of skin.
Sorry?
And remnants of skin.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. And I mean, if they were there like up to 3 weeks, would a coroner be able to come in and bag them in just like under 5 minutes of sleep? Because that coroner was there for 45 minutes, and she literally wrote down the times that she had bagged them, and it's like 5 minutes between each of the bodies. I mean, there's very little time in between. And with skin slippage and everything else, I'm finding that so hard to believe. They would have to be handled with care and very gingerly, and
if they were in the advanced stages that they said they were.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, because anytime we've dealt with any type of decomp in that state, it was 4 or 5 of us. We would have the body bag laying as close to the decedent as possible, and everybody would have a hand in on the body so that we could, as easily as possible, without trying to disturb, the evidence and everything else that was there, and put that person in that bag. So 5 minutes, no, sorry. If they were, not to sound, morbid, but if it was a fresh corpse, yes, 2 people in, out, done.
Mm-hmm. And that was something else that another thing that I have been, talking about was the time that the ME and her deputy coroner were at the scene. I only went to one actual scene with my deputy coroner friend, and it just happened to be a shooting. But they had the perpetrator, they had the victim, but for one person, that deputy coroner was on scene for over 3 hours for one person. And then this ME comes in and they're in and out in 45 minutes with 3 bodies. And I'm like, I'm calling foul all the way across the board. I'm like, no, this is not right.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and here's another thing. I don't know if you probably don't know this because I don't know if you've had the chance to read the reports, but how they found Kamel, and this is why it cracks me up why they blame the dog. Kamel's left arm was under, she's face down, right, on her stomach, face down on the floor with her head to the side, left hand under her body, right arm above her head. Now, mind you, left hand's missing, right hand's missing underneath her body, but it's missing in the dog, ain't it? And her head is covered with a blanket. So when they came in, they didn't know her head was missing. They only saw her body, and that's it. So, and I'm like going, Paleo didn't do this, because how did Paleo get underneath the blanket? She's face down. How did he get to her neck and her larynx and her face when her abdomen is right here, her back of her legs? And even Sophia said, you know, she has a rip in the back of her legs. And Sophia's like, well, if he's going to be going at that, why wouldn't he be getting to the part that's exposed? And so, yeah, and I'm like going, Paleo is not the culprit. Could it have been another dog? Maybe, but it wasn't Paleo, and it wasn't there, because this doesn't happen completely covered. They didn't, again, they're like head covered by a blanket, you know, then later missing most of head and hands, but they didn't know that. So have you ever seen a magic dog that could eat hands and things underneath bodies and underneath blankets and not disturb anything?
Nope. And then
I know I'm being facetious, I'm sorry, but it's so ludicrous.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did I read that they didn't find any of the bone from the missing body parts?
They found some bone fragments that they said were consistent with phalanges, but not a lot. They found skull fragments, and they were able to find, they had two maxillas and a mandible, but then some, and then one was just, you know, like groups of 2 and 3 teeth with the bone attached. So they found some pieces, but not enough to explain 3 hands and 2 complete faces missing. No, they didn't find all that.
And Ronnie's arm.
Yes, thank you. And Rania's entire right arm from the socket was missing with a fractured 3rd rib.
Yeah, that one got me too. Where'd the fractured rib come from?
Mm-hmm.
And the clothes being up and down, that really, that made me very, didn't sit right with me.
No, and I don't know about you, but when I saw that, what I pictured, and it's just, and I don't want to be crude, rude, and offensive because it's a child, but I imagine them grabbing her by the leg and just dragging her across the floor and dumping her.
That's what I
said.
Grabbing her by the pants, grabbing her by the shirt, and just kind of.
Yep. And just dumped her. And I'm like, how disgusting. And that's why I get really angry at whoever did this. And we know David didn't do it because the decomp proves he's more, and even you're, thank you. Even you're telling us he's in a more advanced stage of decomp. So we know he died first. He didn't do this. So whoever the jerk was that killed that little girl and killed Kamel, oh, you know, they're despicable human beings.
How do you guys feel about the parent, the father and the brother?
Yeah, you're muted.
Okay, to answer Sarah's questions, I'm not going to accuse anybody on the record. So we'll talk privately in regards to that.
I get it.
We'll talk when we're not recording.
But for David's autopsy, they have written on his tag at 12:58, and only 2 people put him in that bag. And then for Kamel, it was at 1:10, and only, again, 2 people put her in that bag. And then for Rania, hers was at 12:50, and 2 people put her in the bag.
Now, see, I find that interesting. Why the time difference?
12:50, 12:58, and 1:10. So 20, less than 20 minutes. Can't hear you.
See, I mute myself because I tend to interrupt people. So I'm sorry. I had the time mixed up in my head. Sorry.
Yeah, so they had those, and then she actually got there at 12:56 p.m. at the crime scene. She immediately, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, because when you look at this, here's the thing. That's another thing you'll find odd with this case. What Sophia's going to read to us right now is going to be a different time than the sign-in sheet. The sign-in sheet has her in and out there in 45 minutes, but this other time that she quotes from, she's there, what, like an hour and a half or something?
Yes,
Yeah, so 2 totally different times. Now, the sign-in sheet is what I'm going to go by because they have to look at their watch when they come in, and then when they leave, they have to, because they're loading up the bodies, and they have to go, it's that time, they've left. I'm going by sign-in sheet.
They got there at 12:30 a.m. and they left at 1:15 a.m. 45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Does that sound normal to you?
That's not normal. No.
Okay, should we wrap this one up? Or do you have any other questions? Because, is there anything you want? Okay, I had to make sure I didn't mute myself. God, it's a day. But I'm telling you, would love to have you come back and do, go ahead.
The paperwork from last night about the tattoos and stuff like that.
Oh, yes.
Any paperwork?
Yes. Okay. On the Hennepin County, on their, let me pull that up. You emailed it to me, correct? Wait, no, you sent it to me and I saved it. I'll find it. I will find this because this was important. What did I have to find out where I stuck it. I should have been prepared for that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Let me, I'm going to see if I can, oops, I can get rid of that. Wait, where did everybody go? Oh, there you are. I lost the little button where everybody was on the screen. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So Sarah, you can see it, and then because Sophia had some good questions because she pointed something out which doesn't sit right with either of us. But let me share my screen. Share. Okay, so you can see the screen, right, where it says public data form?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now this is for each one here. I'm going to point this out. I'm going to highlight it so people can see it. They identify marks, scars, and amputations. It says no record. Now they all, well, he and Kamel have tons of tattoos. Shouldn't they have listed the tattoos?
Yes.
And yeah,
Definitely. And that's an error on both the police and the medical examiner.
yeah, and I'm like going, wait a second, they should have okay, cremation. Oh, I'm at the bottom now. And same thing, this, okay, that's, yeah, Kamel, identifying mark scars, no record. They have her there. Here, build, no record. Hair color, no, unknown. Complexion, no record. They have her there. They know her nationality.
Right.
Race is white, but her nationality is not white.
Exactly. Exactly. And so, I mean, we have huge problems with this. Now, I will give them the eyes because the face was gone. And even with, even though Ranya's face was still there, we know that when, due to the clouding of the eyes, they might not be able to tell the eye color. But the rest of that, they should have been able to record.
Yes.
No record. No record. Who's this? David.
And the one tattoo that I saw the photo of, my husband and I had, my husband and I were discussing the case, and he had a really good point. The one very close up tattoo had the stippling, almost looking like dimpling in the skin, almost as if it was a very, very fresh tattoo, which is not normal. Especially in someone who is in, stages of decomposition. So I'm curious, like, where did that come in? Like, how is that possible?
Yeah, thank you. Because we've been looking at some of that too, and it's like things like there's just so many things that don't make sense, and it's almost, I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but it almost seems to me like they're trying to get David's body presented in a way that they can pass the narrative of making him the guilty party, because he's not the guilty party, and everything else proves that he's not. The state of his body, the decomposition, everything else. So what are they doing?
Right. Yeah, that tattoo looks way too fresh. The skin, you can Google fresh tattoos and you can see that same, stippling, I guess you could call it, in the skin on a live person. You don't see that on someone who has presumably been dead for 3 weeks.
3 or 4 weeks, yeah. Yeah. So, is there anything else, Sophia, you wanted to point out on that form?
Speaking of tattoos, did you want to talk to her about, okay, that's fine, we can do it on a different show when we have more details. Okay. My bad, sorry.
I've just been doing a lot of soul searching, and I like living. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
You need to read my email.
So they're just, I mean, I don't mind saying some things, but some things it's like what I'm finding with this case, I like to live and I want to live. So.
And for the record, no one is suicidal.
No, yeah, exactly. Oh, we don't, that doesn't, David said that too. That's the thing, is David went on a couple of the things and he's like, I want everybody to know I am not suicidal. And then what do? Oh yeah, suicide murder.
Oh, and I had one more thing very quickly. In your one video about the you're muted.
Okay, yes, the skull.
Yes, so the suture lines that you were talking about in the one video, I just thought I have a skull here.
Yes, please show everybody the coronal, the sagittal, the lambdoid. Yes.
Okay, so got to refresh myself on these, but these are your natural suture lines from when you are when you're born. I'm trying to think.
The one in that top one is the coronal. When the coronal goes this way.
Yes. So I don't know if you guys can see that.
Mhm.
So that would be your front of your
Right.
face.
Yep.
And then that one. And
Sagittal.
and then no, that's the bottom. You don't need that one.
I think.
That's the mandible.
Yeah.
But
Are these down here? Are they the lambdoid? And where's It's been a while. I can't remember. There's the lambdoid, and then the. I'm gonna look it up really quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cheat.
Okay, cheat for me.
Sutures of the head.
I think what I was seeing was back here.
Okay, the one on the sides. Okay, the lambdoid is the back, and the squamous is on the side.
Okay, so yeah. And they were saying he was shot.
Right. I'm assuming the entrance wound. They said they can't find. The exit is up here in the parietal.
Okay.
The way they word it. Oh, here you've got a head. Let me pull up the autopsy, and I'll read it to you directly.
All right.
That would be the best thing.
Rattle. It's the left side.
The left parietal exit wound is left parietal bone with external beveling and scalp. But let me go to where they talk about it, how they measured this. You are gonna love this. Gunshot wound. Let me find it. Okay, get this. I want to see your face, so I'm gonna shrink down my screen. I want to see your face when I read this because it's hilarious. On the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left shoulder. We got to go up 9 inches, so it's like roughly here.
Okay.
9 inches above the left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline. So the middle of the head, 4 inches over, 9 inches up is the exit
Oh, sorry. I'll keep that one to myself. Wow.
So now, if we're trying to put an imaginary line through that, I'm trying to imagine in my head, and I could be completely wrong, I'll admit, but I'm like, that should put, like, right, yes, the post-auricular behind the right. Now, David is very handy with weapons. If you're a military man, are you going to go here with a 40 cal?
No.
I don't think so. You're going to go here, or you will go here. Yes. Not
back here to try to do all this craziness.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Look at the hand that you're using, though. It's the right hand. Where was that gun found?
And the left pointing away.
Yeah, with the arm outstretched, and it was by that.
It was pointing towards him.
Yeah, supposedly it was pointing up, but it was, his arms are outstretched, and it's by the left hand outstretched, but supposedly it went here. How did it get from here to there, almost, 2.5 feet away? 3 feet away? Across his body, no less.
And like I said, I've seen instances where usually once that's done, the hand stays on the gun, not slung across the room or on the other side of the body. It's usually on the same side as the hand that was used. So.
And you sent us a picture of that to prove that point. Yes. And that is something Sophia's, again, that's one of her, like, trying to beat home to people. You got to understand, this isn't right. It's not right.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. And I've seen many pictures of that also from my grandfather being in law enforcement, where he's, been on suicide calls and same scenario. Even as much as a man who put himself inside of a garbage can to try to contain the mess for his family, but it was still in the hand that he used.
Wow. See, and you know, that's why I believe with all of my heart and soul, somebody else killed this family.
Somebody.
I don't know who it was. It was not David. He was an innocent victim, and he died first. Decomp proves that without a shadow of a doubt. It proves it.
And I have some other theories that I'll speak with you ladies off of record about some folks that were also involved that you may or may not know about.
Okay. Sounds
Who
like a
have
plan.
Very well known now, I should say.
Okay. Well, we can shut this down so we can chit chat. But anything else? Sophia, do you have any last words? Sarah, do you have anything else? Oh, go ahead, Sophia.
I just want to thank everybody for watching tonight. I know that we're not live, but we are recording it. But future viewers, thank you. And if you've enjoyed the information tonight and everything, please make sure to leave a like and a comment. It helps with the algorithms. It helps our videos get seen, and it helps Catherine a lot. And if you are interested in looking at the crime scene photos, the autopsies, all that stuff like that, we have information in the group. We also have it in Greg's website, and I'm going to leave that link underneath this video once it's available so that you could go to it. And there's plenty of other videos where we go into more details about the autopsies and photos and everything else. So feel free to check out Catherine's channel for that. And thank you again. And thank you, Sarah, so much. We truly appreciate your time.
Sarah, any last words?
No, thank you for having me. And whenever you'd like me to come back, just let me know. I have no problem with that.
Sounds great. Absolutely great.
We will definitely have you back. And again, I'm sure, Sophia, we all agree. We definitely want to do live because I know that the listeners would love to talk to you and ask questions. And thank you. I mean, your knowledge is invaluable right now. And to have that, it's like, I don't know how, I think maybe, I don't want to speak for you, Sophia, but for me, I feel vindicated. So thank you. I know stuff we've been saying, and we've taken so much flack for everything we've said. But now it's like a professional. You are a professional. You have experience. You're expert in your field, so to speak. You have a clue. So thank you. And thank you for being willing to come forward.
I feel very validated right now. So thank you.
Good.
I don't feel crazy.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. We're going to shut this down, and we will catch you next time. And
Good night.
Bye.
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 I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director of Gray State, and I'm a veteran. I'm a husband. I'm a father. And the interesting thing about this material, once you delve into it, is that everyone has to act within their own capacity to express this information. So Gray State has been my effort to kind of draw the human narrative out of all this terrifying information that we see all around us. And I think that's been my responsibility as a filmmaker to kind of craft a human story out of this. And I think what I want to definitely tell your listeners is that every time you look at some of these things happening, like, why isn't anyone showing this in a film? I mean, that is what I'm doing. That is what Gray State is.
Mitch Heil also said that he spoke with David, which I really found very interesting. Why David is not letting people into his home at this point.
If the baby was sleeping or taking naps, you don't know what their
That's true.
routine was.
That's true.
It could be
Maybe
that there
Kamel.
wasn't letting in, but we don't know that.
Yeah, that's speculation. Yeah.
Mitch, I'm guessing actually came over. They probably talked in the driveway, and that was it. Danny August Mason is the one that I'm doubting that took place, because the very next sentence, read what this says. It says, next paragraph on the top of 160, Danny Mason spoke to David in the driveway. Danny Mason described David as being fragile and had lost a lot of weight. So now he goes out of his way to police to make another disparaging remark. And then later by saying, oh, I guess I was in there in his driveway. I was there. He needed to make something sound that he was gaunt, not in his right mind, lost weight, he wasn't taking care of himself, depressed, suicidal, who knows, but these are more seeds that we're planting. Now, the only way he can get these seeds to police is to say that he was there talking in the driveway. That's where I'm backing into the hypothesis of the whole statement is fake. It didn't happen. But how is Danny August Mason going to say that he looked gaunt and lost a lot of weight? He now has to insert himself in the driveway. So that's what I'm thinking. This is just my opinion once again, is that the statement to police was wrong altogether, was fake. All of it was a lie, because he needed to put David Crowley in a bad shape, in a bad light, to cast him in a bad light, lost weight, and did not look disheveled. Now, he does go on to say that Mr. Mason stated that this was not so much uncommon for David. Booth continued that when we would get wrapped up in projects and writing scripts for a movie, they would do this. So they would wrap up and spend 30 days and hole up. But he said fragile and lost weight. Those are two key words. David Crowley is a very healthy, in shape person, very focused on what he eats. His nutrition, very focused. He wouldn't be someone that would be looking fragile or lost weight. Now, not saying that it's true. Maybe in that case, maybe he had. Maybe it's what was true. But what I'm saying is, what leads down this road, just back to the statement to police. I don't know the date I went over there to talk in the driveway. That to me means it is a lie. I don't think he went to talk to the driver. That's my personal opinion, because he needed time to make sure that the police knew that he was fragile and had lost weight.
Which is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, because now we have not only September. So basically, we have some of the Gray State goons saying from September until December, he's fragile. He's losing weight.
A steady decline is what they need to plant the story that for a 3 to 4 month period, things got progressively worse and ultimately ended in his death. We know that's not the case.
But you don't
why
hear.
are we going back to all these other months to make it all bad? Is what I'm assuming, when they got together to say, what are we going to say to police? They came up with a bullet list of, you say this, you say this, you say this, and I'll say this. And that way our whole story jives. And at the same time, it's planting the seeds to police that sets up that this guy's suicidal. He's not in his right mind.
Right.
That's my opinion. Now, all this stuff could have happened.
Yeah. Good. But Danny August Mason saying that David Crowley was fragile in September is a big problem, because there are photos out there of David Crowley in September. He does not look fragile. He doesn't look any different. There was a whole garage sale. So it's just interesting, the people that are there in the last months of his life that are saying this, that he looked fragile. I know 3 of them: Danny August Mason, Mason Hendricks, and Sean Wright. Those and maybe Joseph Seaton, maybe Adam Schaum. They may all say those same things, but you don't hear David's family saying that. You don't even hear Kamel's sister, when she goes and talks to David, she doesn't say that David looked like shit, that David looked like he hadn't been eating or anything like that.
On the
did she? Okay, maybe
we'll get to that. I'm not sure, but I
think we'll get to that in the future.
Negative to say that he didn't look normal. She had something negative to say. I don't know about that, but the best person would be to get the boy at the garage sale, the neighbor's boy at the garage sale that was talking to David about all this stuff at the garage sale when he was selling his equipment. He'd be a great witness, just to confirm or deny the characteristics of David from a physical standpoint. That's what the detectives should have done when the stuff did not start making sense. Go back and interview the witnesses, the boy across the street, the neighbor who liked David, had good conversation that afternoon.
Yeah, that's a great clip that I cannot find now. If anybody can help find that, but then you have Judy Prochnow, who said that kid had some mental issues, or he had something like that. And it's like, well, this is why people don't comment on that, because they're going to be attacked by these people.
Yeah, you'll get followed up with the disparaging. Anything to discredit is what we've seen. Judy Prochnow's job or role in this whole thing was to discredit the people that are going on the right path, I think. The little boy, the garage sale across the street who was there talking with David, she knew that they had a good conversation and he didn't look gaunt and lost weight. And the kid had a good time talking with them, it sounded like, for a couple of hours. Right. And so Judy comes in now and said that there's mental issues, mental illness, something. Well, that is a disparaging thing, because whether he had mental illness, maybe he does, maybe he did. We don't know this, but it wouldn't have been an impact of him enjoying 2 hours chatting with David Crowley for an afternoon. He had a good time doing it.
Yeah, and there were cops there too. They didn't, nobody ever talked to the cops, say, hey, how did David look back in September? But the fact that we have photos that show he looks the same as any other thing. Why is Danny August Mason trying to paint this picture of David looking like this back in September that coincidentally lines with what other people are saying in December? The people who are claiming they are the last people to have spoken with David are trying to say the exact same things. You're saying, so for 4 months he looked like crap?
The narrative that's pushed by the same certain people are all telling the same story, which isn't the truth, but you're hearing the same story, very consistent. And the police bought into that. The detectives bought into that hook, line, and sinker. And so that's when we say that we don't have trust in the detectives doing their job. Did they do good jobs on other things? Maybe they didn't. I don't know. I'm guessing that the investigation was shut down by people higher up that told them not to look into it any further, versus them just being poor detectives. But this whole scenario is a mixture of so many things interwoven. It's hard to piece out what was really going on. I just think that this whole Danny August Mason interview with police, all these things that he said and all these things that he stated, it is of my personal belief that all of it in these 2 paragraphs are a lie. I can't imagine any of it being true, but it's trying to serve a purpose. Now, anything, Sophia, on that?
Well, David talks about losing 14 pounds, getting back to the weight that he was before he went to Germany. So he's working out, he's working hard, he's writing. He did the whole BX sale, and he was very upset with Danny August Mason that day. Something happened during the BX sale, because he is very annoyed by Danny
so that was
August Mason.
September 9th was the sale, or the 7th or something?
I think it's the 17th.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting back to it. Let's see here. I was trying to find the day.
While you're looking that up, losing 14 pounds or putting muscle mass to something is possibly losing weight, or is losing weight, but you're becoming more fit. These guys are all they're into CrossFit, cross training, and so that may be losing weight to be more healthy or to be fit. He used the word fragile, weak, gaunt. That's what comes to mind when you use the word fragile. And I think that was not true, fragile. He may have lost weight. And he says a lot of weight.
I'm trying to find that actual thing.
Well, she looks for that, Greg. Anything else with how you consider the words used here, as far as he may have said he lost some weight. He was getting back to normal, eating healthier. But in fact, he uses that David lost a lot of weight and looked fragile. Those are key words that didn't need to be used there. So if they didn't need to be used, they must have been used on purpose. He selected those words to tell the officers. And that, to me, is those are both meant as derogatory comments.
Yeah, he's
Plus
definitely
throwing David under the bus.
Yeah, basically, he's building this storyline or trying to add to this storyline
Beefing
that
it up.
David, was on the decline, which is like, no, he wasn't, because there's a rise and then there's a fall. There's all of these things, and it's just, I just keep going back to the people that didn't mention that. His family members don't mention him being, losing weight or anything like that. It's very interesting. The people that do mention that are the same people you'll find in Eric Nelson's film.
I think
in the slot.
I think Danny August Mason, the Gray State guys, could have said, hey, they were really concerned about Comel's mother not doing well with cancer, very ill, in hospice. But I don't think David told those. I don't think those guys were aware that she was even having cancer and dealing with these issues, because I think they would have thrown that out there for fodder, more additional fodder to the police. But I don't think they knew that, so therefore they had to come up with these other things.
It was September 8th.
September 8th, okay.
Mm-hmm. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason, since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. But what Dan Sr. didn't read in the documentary was the garage sale is finally over. I can recover from this madness. It was a fun time, in fact. We got to meet many of the neighbors, good impressions all around, sold 5.5K worth, but then had the idea, why didn't I try to package it as a business model with assets for sale? I could have tripled my money like a boss if I found the right investors. What a bummer of an idea. To have right after selling. Anyway, Danny is my first threshold guardian, and either I will convert him to my cause or destroy him. His actions will decide.
Wow.
Doesn't that sound different than what we've heard?
Yeah.
Putting that, when you read that puts it in the proper context.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all these things taken out of context, which is what Eric Nelson's film does, which is what a lot of these people do. I don't know if they're doing it purposely, but in that film, a lot of the stuff just seems like it's taken out of context. Even stuff that we were involved in, Dan, is probably taken out.
A true documentary on this case and on this story would have a phrase and a quote like that Sophia read purposely in it to help the user or the viewer determine, what happened, what was the mindset of these people. Eric Nelson's movie cherry-picked all things that had negative repercussions. Derogatory. It was all this to put David Crowley in a negative light. That's why it was so obvious propaganda for those when we saw it. You could just tell it was a propaganda piece. There wasn't two sides to the story to let you decide. But that's that's a very good point, Sophia, that he was a threshold that he had to either convert over, because moving forward there was no way to. They were butting heads, and so you needed to move above, below, to get on to the next phase, and it wasn't happening. It was stalling, and that's what the stress and frustration was on David's side, that he couldn't even. They were dealing with Comel's mother, hospice care, everything else.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to switching cars and switching phone lines and cell phone providers, it was a lot of stuff happening. Rania was getting ready to go to, signing up for preschool. At the same time, the world, with a lot of things happening, and so we hear that in the term or the sense that they were pushing people away and they were isolating. Those kinds of terms and phrases come out, meaning negative once again. That David was, on his way to suicidal. But a lot of things are going on now. The next paragraph says, the last time Daniel Crowley Sr., now the dad, saw David was on September 21st, 2014. I took Rania to the zoo. Daniel Crowley Sr. wrote, last minute he tried to discourage me from picking up Rania. David's father still picked up Rania and took her to the zoo. So a lot there for those not familiar. The Minnesota Zoo, the biggest zoo in the state of Minnesota, is in Apple Valley. The Apple Valley is a location of the Minnesota State Zoo. It's a big, huge zoo. They live in Apple Valley. So that would be common, be something to do for that age, for Rania, for that age, very close to get to. So that, I believe, could have happened going to the zoo. Now, the date.
Is it a big zoo or is it a?
What's that?
Is it a big zoo or is it a kind of a smaller zoo?
It would rival, the San Diego Zoo, or a huge, many acres, outdoor, inside, big ocean stuff, dolphins, whales, lots of things
Really?
to go see. Animals, cougars, mountain lions, bears, grizzly bears. It's tons of things. And so when my daughters were small, we had an annual pass one year to go unlimited times to the zoo. We lived in Apple Valley. So you don't need to go and pack everything in a 6-day, a 7-hour event to pack everything in. You can go for an hour and take off. Go for another hour and take off. Go on a weekly basis or something. Very popular thing to do. It's very kid friendly too. Lots of things to see there, all sorts. I wouldn't say it's world renowned, but it's the Minnesota Zoo in Apple Valley, Minnesota is highly regarded. It's a must see stop if you're traveling in the Twin Cities area from out of town. It's one of your top 10 things to do for visitors, for touristy people coming. So that would totally make sense to do it. Now,
that's pretty interesting that he would say that David didn't want him to do this. And that makes me wonder, like, between August, where David is telling him that I love you, that the dad is planning on some camping trip, and all of a sudden here we have Daniel Crowley Sr. wants to take Rania to the zoo, and David is trying to discourage that. That's pretty interesting.
Greg, let me ask you a question. Do you believe this statement took place? Let's start there. Is this whole thing another lie?
I mean, I wouldn't.
It is. It's all BS. All of it. None
Sure.
of this.
I mean, I would start with what the statement says and then break it down, which sounds like what you have done. You've listened to what they've said and you don't buy it. So I can't go any further than that, and I don't know. I really don't know. All that I know is that this is what is in the documents. This is what they say. And so I kind of feel like, if this is accurate, then okay, then I kind of go based on that. Like, what?
Yeah, it could very well be accurate. What I'm looking at on my side is that all these characters are giving fishy stories and fishy statements that have one thing in common. They're making David look bad.
Right.
Whether he took her to the zoo or not, throw that out. Last minute, he tried to discourage me. Now, what father would discourage a loving grandfather from taking the granddaughter to the zoo? No one.
There's got to be some issue, right? There's got to be some issue.
I'm saying that it didn't even took place because he's trying to make David look bad. I think they're already on the outs in September. He wasn't doing anything with his father. But his father lives 30, 45 minutes away. Did he drive up for the day? Tried to discourage him? He would have said, I'm not going to go home if I came up, drove all the way here to do this. I don't know if any of it took place. Is it logical? Yes. Would the detectives buy it? Yes. And at the same time, are you helping to build up the credible story that David lost his office rocker? Yes. He's doing all these things. Sophia, your thoughts? I don't personally, my opinion, once again, I think this is all BS yet. They have to feed BS to the detectives.
David doesn't.
Daniel Crowley Sr., all you need to do is watch the Eric Nelson movie and just see when he's reading from this so-called script, or reading from what we know now as a script, none of it was true. He's lying through his teeth. He can't even. So the question is, why would a father of a murdered son, triple homicide, including your granddaughter that you love, be lying at all? So we got to take everything into consideration. We know later from the stuff that Sophia did that these so-called texts and phone calls in November and December did not happen. So now you have to go ask yourself, did this stuff in September even happen? Thoughts?
There are 2 phone calls. One was about 56 seconds long. The other one was 2 minutes long they were late in the afternoon from Dan Sr. to David. And then on David's journal for August or September 21st, it says chalking up the house before it gets cold. I think it might be cold now. And he's talking about that, saying that there's lots of housework to do, and Kamel is helping out with that. And then they talk about Anjum and Nyla and Sidra. But there's no mention of Dan Sr. There's no mention of the zoo and Ronnie. Nothing like that. I think that if he was busy, like he is writing in this whole paragraph, there's a lot of information. This is the one where he's talking about writing for 4 days in a row and thinking about going back to LA and having a steak with his lawyer friend and everything. And then he talks about what else? Just the chaos that's going on between Anjum and Nyla, or not Nyla, but Anjum and Sidra and Kamel, and talking about that and how the BX weight is vanishing profitably. And I'm on the other side of the hardest thing I've ever had to undertake. Those are his last words for that day. But nothing about the zoo, nothing about Ronnie.
Yeah, so I'm 50-50 on it. It certainly all could have happened. It certainly none of it could have happened, and more likely than not, bits and pieces of it or portions of it could have happened. That's what we're seeing from these characters along the way. That's just how it's been happening. We get a bunch of half truths we don't know, and if you're starting to tell half truths in a triple homicide investigation, that's raising antenna for the detectives. Just it's too goofy. Now the next one, Greg, do you have anything on that one?
Oh, he paused himself.
Okay, it says, continuing on, quote, after the zoo, Dan Sr. continued, I stopped in to talk. He was about to make a big movie deal. Talked about big shot lawyers from the IDS building. He was going to fly to LA to do final negotiations with the producers. He was going to be a millionaire by the end of the year. They were busy. Didn't seem like they wanted to have me hang around, so I left. That was the last time I saw David. Now, lots to unpack there. Go ahead, Sophia.
And I actually think that might have happened, that David might have spoke to him about that, because it's mentioned in the very first paragraph of the Day One Journal for September 21st.
Okay.
He's talking about that whole scenario of going to LA, making the deal and stuff like that with his lawyer and the producers. So,
and that we know was true from the facts in the actual case, that he did go out there a second trip back to LA, met with the producers, the Mikes, and did the negotiations, talked with, he says big shot lawyers from the IDS building. Now in the Minneapolis, in the city of Minneapolis downtown, the tallest skyscraper there is the IDS building. When it was first built in the 80s, it was a huge, almost like the World Trade Center towers or the Chrysler building or the Sears Tower in Chicago. It was Minnesota's or Minneapolis's own version of being a big shot city. It was a big glass skyscraper, huge. Most businesses that were in there, because of the high rent, had to be attorneys, CPA firms, law firms, big shot businesses. You couldn't get in there with the rent until you were something substantial. So growing up in outstate Minnesota like these guys did, and me myself, if you want to rise to anything in the business world, you want to try to end your career at the IDS building. That was the thing for many people. That's to say that you've made it. If you're in Chicago, I'm in the Sears Tower. I have an office on the top floor. It's a huge thing. That was the metaphor, so to say. So when he said big shot lawyers at the IDS, this was David beefing up the story, while at the same time telling the truth. And so at the same time, David's father, Dan Crowley Sr., is a big-time engineer, very smart, has a lot of patents and things. Very smart, is a high paid person for what he does for his business, but his business is outstate. It doesn't have big name recognition. They're not in a fancy office. His name and picture are not on the front page of business magazines. Dan Crowley had all that, shoving this all down the kids, shoving it down the throat all their lives growing up. What a big shot he was, and how much money he could make, and how intelligent. Now his son, whom he doesn't like the best, he likes, I think the daughter and Allison and Dan Jr. I think better, because once again they're still in this fight with David. I don't think that he likes, now he's jealous because his own son is now top him. I'm the one meeting the lawyers, the big shot lawyers. I'm in the IDS building. I'm being flown to LA. These are things Dan Crowley Sr. has never done, right? So it's a power play at the same time that's going on. He doesn't like it. He's not impressed with it. And he's using the phrase big shot lawyers. That to me is another detrimental. It didn't need to be said. He could have said important or some high level employed lawyers. He says big shot. That's a shot. That's an underhanded compliment, right? A backhanded. It's not a favorable thing to say big shot. It's kind of laughing on the side, like idiot.
Kind of a slight.
Yeah, you're calling that you're meeting some big shot lawyers. He wouldn't say that in a good way. He would say that in a negative way. He's meeting with some big shot lawyers, kind of like, that's the way he's saying it here. The IDS Tower in Minneapolis, wouldn't bring that up unless you're trying to impress someone.
Wow.
So either Dan Crowley Sr. thought that David was trying to impress him, or he didn't like the egos battling here. He didn't take too kindly it. Now, we know those things were true. His office, legal firm for Lohman and Abdo was in the IDS building. Now, they could have been on the 3rd floor, 13th floor. It wasn't at the top, I'm sure. I've never heard of the law firm before. But he did go sign the negotiations in LA, and he could have been a millionaire at the end of the year. All those things are true. Here's the thing that catches. They didn't seem like they wanted me there, and they were busy, so I left. So it's a cry victim, once again, throwing David under the bus at how rude he was, what a prick he was, what a jackass he is. That's what I'm sensing from this terminology of words, once again. Throwing David under the bus, while at the same time saying how nice I am coming to take your daughter. I'm such a great grandfather of the year award to take your daughter to the zoo. So he needs to point out the fact that he had to leave because it got uncomfortable. Did that need to be said? Does that add any value to the investigation? No. But if you're trying to make David look bad, now it adds value, because now it's adding to that credibility of him being a dickhead. This is his own father saying it. So, thoughts on this, Sophia?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? Would a parent, what would this kind of verbiage and usage of words, and it's very condescending, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole big shot, that is condescending. It's something like my dad would use towards me. He's just been that.
It's a slight
way.
It's a phrase you wouldn't use in something positive, Greg.
And then when he's talking about David they were too busy, and that's why he left. I mean, if family comes over, you stop what you're doing so you could visit with them. And I find that extremely odd that David and Kamal wouldn't stop to speak with him. If that actually happened, then that is a signal to Dan Sr. saying, hey, we don't want you around. You need to move on out.
Time's up. We visited, but we got to move on. We got things to do, and maybe he's not good at picking up the vibe or the signals. I don't know, but he instead of saying I overstayed my welcome, I should have left, he puts it onto them, but that they were busy and they didn't want me there. They were the bad guys. That's the words he's using is pointing the finger that I did nothing wrong. They didn't want me there, so I left. And so that's where I think that if he was being honest with the detectives and saying really what happened on the events leading up to the deaths, you wouldn't have phrases such as these. So backstabbing,
right? And
those types of things. And this is all littered in the detectives' interviews with all these guys.
Right.
It was backstabbing stuff.
I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director of Gray State, and I'm a veteran. I'm a husband. I'm a father. And the interesting thing about this material, once you delve into it, is that everyone has to act within their own capacity to express this information. So Gray State has been my effort to kind of draw the human narrative out of all this terrifying information that we see all around us. And I think that's been my responsibility as a filmmaker to kind of craft a human story out of this. And I think what I want to definitely tell your listeners is that every time you look at some of these things happening, like, why isn't anyone showing this in a film? I mean, that is what I'm doing. That is what Gray State is.
Mitch Heil also said that he spoke with David, which I really found very interesting, why David is not letting people into his home at this point.
If the baby was sleeping or taking naps, you don't know what their routine was.
That's true.
It could be
maybe
that there wasn't letting in, but we don't know that.
That's speculation. Yeah.
Mitch, I'm guessing actually came over. They probably talked in the driveway, and that was it.
But this is why with that timeline where it's like, well, okay, this isn't really coming from David's dad, right? This is David's dad telling it to David's brother, and then David's brother sending it off to the cops.
This statement, as far as the big shot lawyers and stuff, was ultimately sent to detectives from Dan Jr., the brother, on behalf of Dan Sr. So he may have altered, edited, corrected, tweaked. Whoever did it, it's negative, and once again, it's manipulated, as what I'm.
Yeah, those are the things that I thought would be in Eric Nelson's film. Okay, let's hear from the dad. Let's hear, what his interpretations are, et cetera, et cetera. But the way that this timeline reads, it doesn't read like that. It just reads like it's a third party talking about this while he gave his view on this, and they just kind of threw it out there. But it doesn't seem like it's something that came directly from David's dad to the cops. That's the big problem that I have with this timeline that they have here. So I did focus on this timeline for that.
Also, Greg, it would be nice if these characters would, over the next few years, as this gets older, come out of the woodwork and come and do an interview and say, here's what happened. Here's what got mixed up. Here's what I sent. Here's what I tweaked before I sent it to detectives. Here's where you guys are misinterpreting some of this stuff. That'd be great to have those individuals on.
Yeah, but the father is not going to go against his son, right?
No, well, that'll never happen. Neither of them. It'll never happen. But we have to keep that option open as people turn, and as people, who knows if they come, change their beliefs and become a Christian and say, let's get some of this truth out. This is too hard for me to carry all these years. I'm guessing after 7 years now, this is very heavy on a handful of people's lives.
I would agree.
Dan, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How far away is the zoo from David's house approximately?
How far is David's house from where?
The zoo,
The
approximately.
zoo would be, boy, 2 miles. 2-3
Okay.
miles. Yeah, it's not. It's close.
Because there are 2 phone calls, one at 4:39 p.m. from Dan Sr. and again at 5:31 p.m. So the zoo closes around dusk, correct?
I don't know. There's a lot of inside stuff that you can do with lights on. The outside stuff you couldn't
Okay.
do. Does it close? I think we'd have to find out from the hours if it's a weeknight or a weekend night.
Because this is supposedly a Sunday, correct? The
So it could be a
21st.
5 o'clock. It could be 5 o'clock closing on a Sunday, and those phone calls then
So
make sense.
yeah, which means that he probably called late, like around closing time. They probably left around 5-ish. But would it take him 31 minutes to get home
No,
if it was only 2 miles?
there's no traffic in Apple Valley on a Sunday evening. It would
hmm
be in 10 minutes, 10 at the most, probably.
So maybe that's when he left. And then he turned around and he called David. But at that time, it's dinner time. They're working on dinner. They're getting Rania settled in for the night, fed, decompressing
Yeah, because
her.
she's in school. She has to get up the next morning.
hmm
And so they probably have a Sunday evening, routine. And maybe
Routine. hmm
the dad was overstepping his bounds. I don't know.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking here. And maybe that is true that they were just trying to get her from deviating from that routine, because once you do that, things go off kilter pretty quickly.
And that is fair enough. I'm sure Greg knows all about the routine with a couple little ones.
So
So that was really it about the father. The next paragraph we get into Mitch Heil. Is there anything left then, or should we move forward?
No, I think
Anything with Dan Sr.? Okay. On September 24th, Mitch Heil signed over all rights for Hothead Productions and Bullet Exchange. He had legally signed over all his rights to David, Detective Booth reported, and was no longer part of those companies. End quote. Mitchell also felt that the only way to save the relationship as friends was to separate business and friendship. Now, I agree 100% on that. This is a true good friend acting in good faith, Mitch Heil, doing the right thing. Signed over everything and they saved the friendship. That makes perfect sense. Now, according to Mitchell, Detective Booth reported, quote, Bullet Exchange was not a successful company and they did not make much money towards that, end quote. The top of page 161 starts, the two friends spoke in David's driveway, once again, the driveway talk, since David would not let Heil into the house. I have a question with that. He was probably there and was probably talking and probably in the driveway. But where do we get this not let into the house? And once again, is that true? Is that a factual statement, or is that something that was inserted? Continuing on, David, quote, David had physically and mentally changed according to Mitchell, end quote. Booth continued, his physical appearance looked frail and he wasn't talking like the David that Mitchell knew, end quote. Here we go. Now, instead of fragile, it's frail. And his physical appearance, and he throws in mentally he changed. So whether Mitch Heil was involved in this cover-up or not, it certainly leads me to believe that the phrases he's using, if these are indeed true, that he's using the same bullet points as the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
He would not let him into the house. Was that true? Was that not true? Was that inserted? He mentions his physical and mental capacities. Why are these things all said? Answer.
It might actually be true that he didn't let them in the house. Stick with me for a second.
Yep.
David is writing and he's working very hard on this script. He has changed everything from the 2013 script to this new one. Maybe he doesn't want anybody seeing what he's doing because it doesn't seem like they know what he has written. And I don't know, maybe that is something. But I'm looking at a photo right now from September 21st, and David doesn't look frail. It's a darker photo. He has paleo in his lap. He's got this huge smile on his face. I really think that they are using frail and fragile as kind of like buzzwords to paint the whole decline story. But you don't see that. Yeah.
But that would lead me to believe that Mitch Heil's in on it if he's using those phrases. Or are you saying that because touch points, bullet points, and catchphrases are one thing, and just actually giving the detective an honest answer is another thing. These guys are using catchwords, catchphrases, which are done on purpose. Is Mitch Heil involved or included in the cover-up, or is he just helping solidify that, you know what, in his mind, David looked goofy and he probably did do all this. Maybe this did happen. And it was a coincidence that he used the word frail. That's what I'm getting at.
But two of them using that word. That sounds like they matched their stories up.
Yeah, it seems too coincidental to me to be just off-the-cuff statements. It seems like Mitch is helping and assisting when the detectives talk to him, that he's planting the seed that goes along with everyone else in the Gray State. So whether he was compromised or talked to or whatever, it sounds like to me that he's going along with what he's supposed to say with the catchwords and catchphrases. Now,
or did the detective say, did he look frail? Did he look fragile? Has he lost weight? And Mitch was like, yeah, I guess he kind of looked frail.
That I would agree with if the question was leading, as far as a leading question after talking to Dan Crowley, Danny August Mason. He's frail, he's lost weight. And if he asked those same leading questions and he just answered, yeah, it sounds good, then they could put it in the report by saying he looked frail, and it helps the report on the police detective side to beef up their story that David did. You're right.
Yep.
I think it's interesting that they used, mentally, not only physical, now he's going mental as well, and frail rather than fragile. Didn't let him in the house. Now, my question is this. He sent them the request to sign the paperwork over. He did it. That could have been done on a printout, signed in a date, scan it into your scanner as a PDF file, and send it on back email. There's no reason for this to be hand-delivered, did it? Is that why he was there? Do we know why he was actually there? He just needed a response on email. He didn't need to physically hand him over the sheet, drive to David's house, and talk on the driveway. Catch what I'm
Well, the thing is David says on the 21st, the BX is mostly gone. Mitch and I are amicable. He signed his release, which was the biggest thing of all. He signed his release on the 21st. Why was Mitch over there on the 26th discussing this?
24th? Good question. Now, there may have been, with all this equipment, that he may have had, here, let's split this up. I'll take this, you take that, and we'll sell the rest. That kind of a deal. And he physically came over to physically pick something up. And maybe he emailed the response. My question is, if he was open and he didn't come inside the house, the garage was open, all his stuff was probably there. Maybe he backed up his car, loaded everything up in the garage. And maybe he didn't even ask to go in. But somehow we get the phrase, would not let him into the house. And my question is, who inserted that? The police to beef up the story? Mitch to beef up his story? Or was it true? Hey, can I come in? No, I won't let you in. I have a hard time believing that, but
yeah. Well, I mean, this is all based on what the cops say. We're not getting direct quotes from Mitch Heil. That's why we always wanted to have some of those quotes later on from him to see, okay, well, what did he say about this? But these are all summaries from what the police say. That's why, Dan, I know you have actually asked them to say, hey, can we get some of these recordings, some of the actual recordings, so that we can get our facts straight, right?
Yeah, the audio recordings are on the server there for the Apple Valley Police for this case. We should be able to, a FOIA request, get those recordings. We can't get them.
Do we have to sue? Do we have
but
to
wouldn't that
sue
be
for
nice
those?
to get, just to see how that conversation went? Now, then I wouldn't want one or two. I'd want them all. And I think that's why they're saying no, because they know that we're going to send in a request for 85.
Oh,
But it would be
they
interesting
literally
to hear
said no.
the tone of these. And you can tell, I think we'd be able to pick up then, is why I don't think they're letting that out, is if their detectives are honestly doing their job, or if you could tell by like the three of us listening to the recordings of those interviews, were they leading questions? Were they going down a path that they didn't really care? They already knew the answer, that they were forced from higher ups to shut this case down. Could we pick up on vibes like that where they didn't take much interest, or were they trying to do the best they could? I think we'd pick up on some of that hearing the audio. If they were legitimately doing their job, asking good questions, what their interview process was like. I don't know. I think it'd be very helpful to have that, just to get the tone on all these, right, wrong, or indifferent, just to get, how did that play out? So that's Mitch Heil. It said in the next paragraph, it says the breakup was not surprising, considering that in late 2012, Mitch Heil broke away from the Gray State Project. So that was 2012. We're here now doing an interview with police in 2015 with Mitch. He goes over at the end of 2014 in the fall to get this last equipment. We know that in that 2013 year, David did change. He now has a contract. He's now moving to a web series or a TV series or a internet series. He has a contract. Things are all in place. Most of his posts in the month of September on Facebook and social media is David Crowley is on a cloud nine. He's on almost a manic. Things are going so well. But the interview with police of his close buddies, all we hear about is how bad he looks and how bad he's acting and what a jackass he is. That's what causes the disconnect for me. September, he's on cloud nine, talking about some of the best things in his life are happening. But yet the interviews with these people are saying that he looks like a meth head. That's where the disconnect is. And that's why it's important for these podcasts like this and books like yours, Greg, to break down the detail, because it isn't consistent with what was actually happening. Going on, it says Mitch Heil broke away from Gray State. David was taking the project in a different direction than the trailer. The movie was so far away from the concept trailer, end quote. Mitch said. Detective Booth wrote that after talking to Heil, quote, it started going heavily into the conspiracy of killing people, end quote.
Okay, time out on that one.
So
he's referring to the 2013 script, because the 2014 script is not filled with conspiracies and is not as dark as what is being referred to here. This is why I do not think that the Gray State guys knew what David was writing. And so they're trying to blame everything on that 2013 script, saying that David went down this dark path and he got lost in his writing and everything. Well, yeah, he was writing, but it wasn't dark. It was more like Red Dawn-ish kind of
drama.
Yeah, fighting the NWO, the elites. More action than it was conspiracy and dark. So I don't know. I mean,
And so
but
that is true. The movie was so far different than the trailer, the concept trailer. All this stuff was happening. Now we know from talking and listening to Mitch Heil on different interviews and on different shows, he himself Mitch Heil is not an awake person. He's not, familiar with what's going on behind the scenes in the real world. He looks at this stuff as a crackpot. This is all conspiracy stuff, So we know that as a fact that he's not awake anyway. So he would look at these various scripts and say, whatever, I don't believe it, but I'll help you out if you need some help, you whack job. He doesn't buy into any of this stuff. Danny Mason now, Sean Wright, and some of these other guys are what I would call awake people that know what's going on. They're trying to, wake people up with their documentaries and things like this. Federal Reserve, things like that. They are guys that are awake, whether I like them personally or not. They're awake. Mitch
And
Heil
I could see that.
never was anything close to that. He was clueless on the big picture stuff.
And I can see that straining their friendship
Yep.
a lot. So
Awesome. Well, that may be a great place to end this one here. Got about 1 minute left. So, any final thoughts?
No, I think
there's so much here in this.
Yeah, there's so
chapter we
much here. I
haven't
think the
even-
Mitch Heil stuff is good. They broke away. They broke off to save the friendship. Broke up, left the business. But he does throw in there that, he's heavily into conspiracy of killing people. It's one more jab to the, that feeds in this one more seed to the police that the guy's a nutcase.
Right.
And so it's hard to tell if he's doing it on purpose or he's actually believes it, or these talking points coincidental, or did the detective write the talking points into his report to help beef it up? So when they turn in the reports to the lead investigator, Sergeant Gummert, he can read them all and say, wow, this David Crowley's nuts. We got two things going on here. We got the people pushing the issue, and we got the police and the detectives pushing their agenda to quickly close this case and say that he did it to make it all go away.
Right.
Were they both involved together with the cover up, or are they both running their separate cover up operations? That's what's interesting to me, I guess.
I always assumed that Mitch Heil and David were working together up until that fall. And now it's saying that they broke up, not surprising considering that in late 2012, Mitch Heil broke away from the Gray State Project. Were they no longer working with Hothead at all?
Well, there's two businesses that they had. So maybe one wrapped up in 2012 and the other one, they kept going after that. I don't know. But it was Bullet Exchange and Hothead Productions was the two that they were involved with. I don't know the end dates on those. Sophia, you probably would have more information than I even would. But
I'm looking at the videos, and the last ones that were filmed were 9 years ago. So 2013? Is that about right?
Yep.
So then I guess David just broke away to work strictly on the 2013 script and 2014 script for Gray State.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I think they just drifted and fell apart when the conspiracy stuff. It's hard to have those friends or friendship or relationships with people that don't align with your thinking. As we all know firsthand, it's you got to either shut that off or you got to be friends on a topical level. But once folks find out that you're into the stuff that we're into and trying to wake people up, it is off-putting to those who are asleep. They don't know. They can't even grasp. They just think that you're off your rocker. And so that's, I think, what Mitch Heil. I think they just slowly parted ways.
Does Mitch Heil still have ownership of those two YouTube channels, the BX and Hothead?
Greg, do you know?
No, nope. I'm sorry. Nope. I don't think he does. I don't think he wants it. It sounds like Mitch Heil doesn't want anything to do with this project, anything to do with all of this stuff. I wish that Mitch Heil would at least look at some of the facts, look at read my book if he is a reader, but at least look at some of these facts that prove that your friend did not do this thing. He did not do this. That's all that we are asking Mitch Heil to do. We're not asking him to agree with whatever theory or anything like that. But man, come on, this is your friend. This is your fellow soldier. This is your business partner, and you're not going to spend time to look into why he is innocent. I mean,
he's a smart guy. Mitch Heil's a smart guy. He could simply he could read this book in an afternoon, I'm sure, and hopefully it could sink in. But he could be one guy that maybe could turn this around if he could turn that corner.
Yeah. It's simple. I mean, when I talked to Mason Hendricks, he basically said that like they were throwing things at Mitch Heil, and Mitch Heil was just like, he's not interested in it. So I think he's more open to it, and maybe as time goes by, maybe he'll be more open to it. But Mitch Heil is not, from my view, he's not a part of the Gray State Goons. He is he doesn't agree with us. He doesn't agree with them. And the more pressure they put on him, the more he kind of leans towards us. Just like, dude, let's just look at what happened. What are the facts that prove that your friend did this? And I just really think the more that we can, he may be someone who is more open to it.
He'd be another one to the invitation's open. If he wants to jump forward and say, hey, I'd like to communicate and maybe do a one-time interview or something, more than happy for any of us to talk with Mitch Heil. I'd love to get his story, his take on this. But anyone associated with this case, it's very easy to reach out and reach any one of us. Mitch would be a good guy, I think, to get down the road.
I actually looked at comments that Mitch Heil had left under another one of David's friends who was talking about David, and he has bought the official narrative hook, line, and sinker.
He's bought it?
And he's bought it.
Oh, bought it. Okay.
And it's really sad because I had hope that we would be able to talk to him. This was 2 years ago that I was reading through it, the whole comment section. And I wasn't shocked. I was so disappointed by the words that he was saying. And I don't know if Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright actually just worked on him enough and told him enough to convince him or what, but at that time he truly believed that David did this heinous act and was a jerk and everything.
And unfortunately, a lot of other people do. There's a lot of people out there that do it. We're just hoping to wake up some people with podcasts like this, read the book, understand some of the details. There's a lot to digest.
The fall of Gray State. The fall of Gray State did not happen when David died. Gray State fell when those who worked alongside of David took the project and tried to make it their own. Gray State fell when those associated with the social media pages claimed David was guilty within weeks, if not days, of the bodies being found. This is long before the DNA, ballistics, electronic records, and financial records all proved there was no evidence of their friend's guilt. The team simply jumped the gun and concluded David was a child killer, a wife killer, and a coward who committed suicide. That is the fall of the Gray State. Bury truth in a shallow grave. Grab your shovel and keep digging. On the surface, we were told David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide. We were told the case was closed, that David was the perpetrator, and the public was not in any danger. We wanted to believe them. But what they told us was not the truth. The more we began to dig for the truth, the more truth we found buried under the surface.
I really hope that Mitch will at least pick up our book collaboration when it's finally out
Yeah.
and read all the inconsistencies and sees that there is a different side to the story, because maybe he doesn't know about the actual facts. Maybe he has heard just whatever they wanted to tell him so that he would buy the narrative. Honestly, I think you should reach out to him. I would love for it to be after the book comes out so he could read it, hopefully, and see that there's a different side to the story. You know, between the blood spatter, between the DNA, the AT&T calls, or the calls that never happened that people said that did. You know, hopefully, maybe he will see that the official narrative is not what really happened. That's what I'm excited about with this book, is that people will finally get to see how we lay out the facts. And it's not in an hour-long video. It is actually in written form, and we reference everything. So, I mean, it's hard to dispute the facts once it's referenced against the reports and actual books and journals and stuff. But that's what I'm really hoping for. Anyway,
too.
because I'm not the most eloquent speaker, but at least I could get it down on paper. Yeah, I don't think that. No, I actually, after seeing the DNA, I do not believe that the government killed David. The DNA rules out unknown people, unrelated people, but it doesn't rule out the related individuals.
Right.
And the wording that they use is very curious. And once people read that chapter, I hope that they will see that the possibility of somebody coming into the house that was known to David and Camille very well could have killed them. But once they read the blood spatter chapter, that's where the convincing comes in.
Right.
Because that actually shows that the official narrative is completely wrong.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, Sophia. We'll see you guys next time.
Hello, everyone. This is Sophia from the Gray Stage Podcast, and I'd like to invite all of our listeners to join the Justice for David Crowley and Family group located on Facebook, where we have over 4,000 members. In this group, we welcome discussions regarding the case and have all the documents located in the file section for everyone to review. If you like, you are welcome to visit Greg Fernandez's website called The Gray Stage, which is located at thegraystagewordpress.com. You can find his book and all of the official documents for this case at his website. Lastly, I'd like to introduce you to my friend, Catherine Michelle. Her YouTube channel is called Catherine Michelle Investigates David Crowley. Please feel free to stop by her channel and give her a like and a listen. Until our next podcast, keep seeking the truth and justice for David Crowley and his family.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Ross from Planet X Filmworks channel on YouTube and the Zodiac Files True Crime series. Check it out, and shout out to Greg and the Gray Stage channel. Their content is amazing.
Are you interested in the paranormal, murder mysteries, cryptocurrency, and thought-provoking interviews? Then check out Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking on YouTube, or every Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Studio A at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Welcome to the Crypt.
A simple truth. It really is this simple. Either you believe David Crowley is innocent or you believe he is guilty. If you believe David Crowley is guilty, you are wrong. If you believe David Crowley is innocent, you are right. It really is that simple. A United States Army veteran is dead. His wife and his 5-year-old daughter are dead. A thorough investigation would only conclude with authorities admitting they lacked evidence to support their accusations. If authorities were to admit the case remains unsolved, they would also have to admit that the public may still be in danger. I am not able to solve this case. My interest is in forcing authorities to admit David Crowley is innocent. The reason they refuse to talk about this case is not because they are confident of David's guilt. They lack confidence in their allegations. Their department wishes to move on, but they are only lying to themselves. They must know the simple truth, and they need to publicly admit this. Their credibility depends on it now. The unspoken truth is that David is innocent until proven guilty. Why are authorities running from this simple truth? How long do they think they can run for? You cannot run from God. You cannot run from your nightmares. And you cannot run from the facts. Why would anyone want to? What could possibly motivate someone to try? If you cannot prove David Crowley guilty, then he remains innocent. It's as simple as that. So the resistance we face is disgusting. If David was guilty, the evidence would be right in our faces. If David was guilty, resistance to our questions would not exist. If David was guilty, facts would be evident. There are no facts to prove David guilty. There are only facts which prove David innocent. Hence the resistance to getting justice for David Crowley and family. Who cares? Do the people who closed this case and decided to not speak about it ever again really care? Do the friends who accused David Crowley of being guilty days after his body was found really care? Perhaps they only care about spreading the accusations of David's guilt instead of researching the facts of this case. They don't seem to care about the facts which prove David innocent. Truth is a simple thing. Justice does not die. Facts prove David is innocent. Here we go. Shadows and light. I have lived in darkness. I have lived in the shadows. Now I live in the light of Jesus Christ. He is the light. We can be shadows of that light, or shadows running from the light. We have free will. Do we run to Jesus, run to the light? Or do we run from Jesus and run into the shadows? Do we shine or do we hide? Many people do not have a relationship with Jesus Christ. But it is never too late. We are forever reminded of the thief on the cross. The story is simple. The options are two. The choice is yours to make. At any time in your life, you can believe in Jesus Christ and build a relationship with him. The thief, at the very end of his life, as he was crucified next to Jesus Christ, believed and was saved. The same thief, while others mocked Jesus, asked for forgiveness and recognized Christ was the Son of God. The thief recognized his own punishment as just and also knew Jesus did not deserve what was about to happen to him. A second thief who was crucified next to Jesus said, "If you are the Christ, save yourself and us." The first thief, the one who believed in Jesus, replied, "Do you not even fear God, seeing you are under the same condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds. But this man has done nothing wrong." Then the thief who believed in Christ turned to Jesus and asked, "Lord, remember me when you come into your kingdom." Jesus answered, "Assuredly I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise." Luke chapter 23, verses 39 to 43. Wouldn't you like to know more about the thief who believed in Jesus and why he said what he said? Disbelievers will always find an excuse to not believe in the Bible. The various translations of the word are a common excuse used by many people who just do not want to believe in the Bible. But let's think about this. Various translations can be used by the devil to confuse people and turn them away from Jesus Christ. That is the devil's goal. The devil tempts us with such doubts on purpose and as planned. Yet the light still shines through the doubt as planned. The translations and our views on the translations are all part of the plan. This is the test which brings us the same choice as the two thieves crucified next to Jesus. One chose to believe, the other did not. In the end, the choice is yours. You can believe in Jesus Christ and accept the free gift of salvation, or you can choose not to. You can live in the light. You can live in the darkness, or remain in the shadows. The choice is always yours. So are the consequences and blessings of your decision. With Jesus Christ, you are truly alive. Without Jesus Christ, you are truly dead.
Cameras rolling, stand by. Action.
Sean right here with We Are Change, interviewing
David Crowley, Danny Mason.
What are you guys doing here?
Shooting a movie. Yes, we are. You're the director? I'm the director of Gray State, which would be a political post-apocalyptic film about the state of the world.
Any more detail about that?
Not at this time.
All right, well, we have to wait for the film, right?
Wait for the movie.
Absolutely, coming out. It's projected
next year sometime.
Just in time. But you know what? The part is through the efforts of people like We Are Change that are going out confronting these politicians and these dirty bastards. These guys have come up with an idea to help expose what's going to happen if we don't stand up and make change, right?
More or less. It's one way to put it.
Well, what inspired you guys to do this then?
At some point you take that breath and you look out your window and you just wonder. You find the answers for yourself, and you can't turn back from that, basically. So you find that answer for yourself, and then you got to do something about it, one way or the other.
So felt compelled to do it, and all the info out there, and
there's overwhelming evidence that everybody should be alert and aware about something going on, and at least have some concern. Correct?
It's also an overwhelming crowd of people who are willing to ignore it.
That's correct. And I think they're all brainwashed by the mainstream.
Brainwashed by something. I mean, it's not like their fault.
It's been, properly executed by the elite.
Highly orchestrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it'd take an endless amount of money to orchestrate something like this. And you think the bankers are right behind it all?
Yeah.
Who else could possibly fund that, right?
I would say strongly yes, to be able to.
Well, we make the
finance
mistake of assuming our human experience is shared by the rest of the world and the rest of history, and that's just not true. The whole money system, which is controlled by the bankers, obviously, is not the natural state of affairs for the human experience. So, the second we step away from that, we have more things to look forward to than tomorrow's latte.
That's absolutely right. Anything else you'd like for people to know about what you guys are doing, or anything else?
Facebook.com/Gray State Movie. Stay tuned. It's coming.
All right.
Absolutely.
Is the Gray State real? Absolutely, it's real. We see it every day. We see it in the news. We see it on headlines, but people still don't acknowledge it. People don't want to recognize that it's actually here.
When it comes down to it, Gray State is about reality. There's your day-to-day reality that you concern yourself with, and then there's a reality that takes place just off the sidelines. The real conflict of Gray State revolves around breaching that veil.
Martial law, the stripping of your rights, your liberties, your freedom, encroaching on private property, even your free will. That is the Gray State. And yes, it is real. And yes, it is here.
Most of the films are, entertainment, and I think this goes beyond entertainment to really have a message. And most of the films that I've probably worked in here in the Twin Cities have not taken that next step.
I think that among the innumerable projects I've done, Gray State definitely stands out like a beacon as a unique project as a whole itself.
It kind of fits in perfect timing-wise of what's going on with the government, even the police forces or different things like that. You couldn't ask for better film to come out now.
At first I thought it was kind of cool because there was a lot of action going on. But as I heard a little bit about the concept, it became a little eerie.
The ideas that they're dealing with in Gray State are definitely very frightening. If it is true, that's frightening in and of itself, but almost what's more frightening is not knowing whether it's true or not.
The idea of Gray State scares me. As I watch the occupation movements, the protests in the Middle East, the financial fights in Europe that are going on right now, I do have fear. I do have fear about what the future holds.
Something of this magnitude has never really been done in the Twin Cities film community, I think, just from my years being here. I think it's never been done because I don't think people have ever tried to envision of doing something like this before, as in like a dark, character-driven piece with a compelling story, but yet intense military action. A lot of people don't have that experience, and what David and Mitch have brought to the table has helped them achieve this dream and this realization, but also in the mindset of saying, "F it, why hasn't this been done?"
I didn't really know that it was going to turn out to be this epic story about, a country gone wrong. I've always joked that they're producing a docudrama. Hopefully it doesn't quite turn into a documentary.
Well, it's certainly not a documentary by strict definition. Is it something that can happen? I'd say absolutely it can happen. And in fact, I'd say that history has shown us that it has happened more than once. It's a fictional story, but it's a real scenario.
I believe the message of Gray State is not a documentary, but it's also not a fiction film. It's in this weird zone where it's based off of fact, but it hasn't happened yet.
The movie, as I understand it, it's kind of a dystopian near future kind of thing. It's kind of like 1984.
I like that.
But I don't really know anything else about it at all.
There's sort of the government behind the government, the power behind the power. There's sort of an Orwellian element to it.
I see it as a very real possibility, and in the last few years, it's becoming even more realistic. I mean, you're seeing
the potential complete collapse of America, of a global economy. We're seeing the Orwellian nightmare unfold. We're seeing this mass surveillance society.
I think it's very realistic that we could live in a dystopian society where dissent is legal.
I mean, you think about Orwell, something like 1984 or even Animal Farm, something like that. He wasn't just imagining this stuff. I mean, this was really going on. We know in our history that this kind of thing, at least on some scale, is possible to do.
It's really going to sneak up on you. There's going to be a lot of normal, everyday things that you're going to recognize. You're going to be able to see that it doesn't take much to turn it from being what we're used to in the suburbs to people lining up outside a Walmart demanding food. The fact that Gray State talks about the federal government being in charge of food distribution is probably the most realistic thing about it.
I think one of the scariest things about Gray State is it doesn't take much of a stretch of the imagination to make the entire scenario plausible.
Twisting the normalcy, if you will, of everyday life into something that's really ugly is going to be the most interesting part of this movie.
We've seen other countries, modern countries, they have electricity and running water and all these other conveniences. We've seen them fall into and become brutal dictatorships.
I think it could very well come to that based on the things that are happening in the news, and we're seeing, the collapse of our economy, so many different things happening.
They have paved roads, they have running water, they have electricity, they have cable TV. So what is it that keeps it from happening in the United States?
Being Americans, we have a lot of freedoms. And what if those freedoms are taken away?
Gray State portrays one potential future for American society, and I saw this and wanted to think, well, that's just one of many possibilities, but it's scary to think how we're already halfway there. We're already at the light gray state, and it's all shades of gray.
If you really want to wake up and realize what's going on in your world today, take examples out of Gray State and go Google search some terms. Google search, FEMA camps. Google search Agenda 21, martial law. And don't just look at the first link. Look at the .gov website link and really read. Spend some time researching. Anyone that does will be quite shocked and amazed at what they find.
I think one of the first things they need to do is just look at history. Look at the history of the United States and the history of the world, and acknowledge that things like this can happen. Things like this have happened. Things like this are happening right now.
Things that we would have never believed just a few years ago are now reality. NDAA, secret arrest, the announcement of $40+ billion in the Washington Post to launch 30,000 drones in the next 8 years, weaponized against the American people.
Has estimated that drone attacks kill 50 non-targeted persons for each intended target.
The basis for the majority of our foreign and domestic policy today, our foreign policy of drones bombing brown people overseas, and now the domestic policy of drones policing us here at home that we only know about now through a Freedom of Information Act request, where we have 63 launch sites in the United States, some of which are not just NASA and military installations, but actual universities throughout the country. And we have no idea how many of these drones are out there.
We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people.
Incrementally, it's been happening again and again and again. 5 years ago, we didn't have 63 drone sites in this country. 5 years ago, we didn't have the NDAA. 5 years ago, there wasn't a push for SOPA and PIPA and now ACTA and beyond to further control the internet. 2004, for instance, free speech zones were unknown. Everywhere was a free speech zone. That's what this country was founded on. It's a peaceful assembly.
You are an American citizen, and you shall be arrested for having freedom of speech and using the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. The Constitution is a very dangerous concept. Do not dare try to invoke the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. This is no longer America. This is Walmart, the United States of America.
As they encroach on our rights, as they say there are more and more threats out there and terrorism is real, we're taking off our shoes first, and then we're getting patted down, and then we're getting body scanned and radiated and patted down again, and now I'm getting swabbed with my hands to check for explosives.
Do you like to fly?
Yeah.
Do you think we should be treated like cattle? No, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Personally, I do.
Do you think there's integrity in politics or integrity in banking?
Wait, no, go back to that.